Welcome back to Regaining the Balance. We're doing part 3 of the Bhagavad Gita line-for-line commentary by Yogananda, and it seems that the sound is good, so we're just going to get right into it. Although before I do that, I do want to do one little thing here. Let me see if I can share because it's only right to be able to plug display capture. Here we go. So, Yogananda.org, where you can find all kinds of aids as far as the meditation styles and all the all the educational stuff that they offer. If you guys are interested, definitely check that out. They also have a YouTube channel, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So, just a little plug there for them, considering I'm reading his book. I think it's only fair. Anyways, so let us get into this. All right. Okay, so the conch shells, inner vibratory battle in meditation. Let me do one more thing here. There we go. Verse 12. Grandsire Bhishma, oldest and most powerful of the Kurus, with the purpose of cheering Duryodhana, blew his conch shell with a resounding lion's roar. Duryodhana, material desire, did not find immediate response from his preceptor Drona habit, even though in stanza 11 he had said to him, quote, "Let all the soldiers of the restless mind, the Kurus, get together and protect the ego consciousness, Bhishma." Unquote. Seeing that lack of response from Drona, and with the purpose of cheering King Material Desire and preventing him from getting discouraged, the all-knower Bhishma, ego, sent forth a strong vibration of pride and determination, and, quote, blew his conch shell, unquote, of restless breath and causes body identification and disrupts stillness of deep meditation. Alliance of habit, ego, and material desire. Drona is depicted not as altogether enthusiastic about fighting the Pandavas. This is because, as stated before, he is not only the preceptor of the wicked Kurus, but of the good Pandus as well. Until the yogi is firmly established in self-realization, the Drona habit tendency in him is a miscellany of both good and evil samskaras, or habit tendencies brought over from past incarnations, most of which have manifested themselves as fixed habits in the present life. However, since Drona habit tendencies has presently sided with the evil Kurus, or body-bound sense habits and wicked mental tendencies, this concentration is on protecting those Kaurava forces against the threat posed by the invasion of good habits and habit-destroying discriminative tendencies. The very nature of habit is automatic, compulsion to do what one has become accustomed to do. Habits go on repeating their same old pattern, often ignoring a desire's new command. When bad habits are challenged, their self-preserving instinct makes them behave as though they were sufficient unto themselves to crush opposing good habits and intentions, and have no time to pay attention to urging to cooperate with long-range and broader view of action. Bad habits are therefore ultimately self-defeating, circumscribed by their narrowly fixity and short-sightedness, dependent for their very existence on the important parts played by material desire and ego. For example, in a psychological battle between the habit of yielding to a temptation and the habit of self-control, if self-control is stronger, it may easily subdue temptation. But good habits find it very hard to overcome the persistence of a constantly resplendent army engaged in evolving endless new material desires, and in reinforcing the body-bound inclinations of the ego. Without ego's attachment to the body, there would be no material desire. Without desire, there would be no samskara, or habit. Conversely, ego can be slain if not protected by habit and material desire. Pardon me, I'll just take a quick drink. The restless breath keeps consciousness body-bound. Thus, ego, in his own defense, initiates the call to arms. In the context of this Gita verse, this means that during deep meditation, when the breath has become calm, producing a very enjoyable state of peace wherein the mind is withdrawn from the senses, the word ego rouses in the devotee the thought of body identification, reviving the restless breath, which is like a lion's roar compared to the absolute stillness of the interiorized meditative state. As soon as the devotee resumes his quote-unquote natural practice of dependency on fast breathing, the blowing of the conch shell that produces the consciousness of material sounds through the vibration of the gross akasha or ether, the material desire of the body is aroused and cheered on to rally the senses against the powers of meditation. The devotee should not be discouraged at this, which is due to a lack of long-continued practice of meditation. The truth is, in the earlier stages of meditation, all devotees find their limited body consciousness resisting expansion into omnipresence. The ego, through material desire and his sense army, uses all kinds of tactics to drive away the blissful consciousness of omnipresent spirit that manifests only in meditative stillness. Any vibration sent forth by ego during meditation helps to awaken material desire, to revive the consciousness of the body, and dispel the consciousness of spirit. By deeper and long concentration, the meditating yogi must learn to hold on to the hard-won territory of calmness of breath and senses, in spite of the efforts of ego and the army of sense distractions and material desire. Verse 13. Then suddenly, after Bhishma's first note, a great chorus from conch shells, kettle drums, cymbals, tabors, cowhorn trumpets sounded from the side of the Kurus. The noise was terrific. After the ego creates a material vibration, reawakening the thought of body consciousness and rousing the restless breath, the senses also begin to send out their various distracting vibratory sounds in order to disrupt the devotee's meditation. The vibrations of senses, kurus, which keep the devotee's attention upon the internal sounds of the physical body, are shrill and disturbing, comparable to shattering a quiet atmosphere with the clamor of drums, horns, and cymbals. Vibratory sounds experienced as the consciousness passes from the material world to the spiritual realm through the intermediate astral plane. Stanzas 12 to 18 describe the inner psychological battle that is carried on in meditation through the vibratory sounds, emanating from the sense tendencies on the one side and the discriminative tendencies on the other. It is a battle in which both the physical and the astral vibratory sounds of the senses pull the consciousness toward the body, and the vibrations of a wondrous astral music emitted by the inner discriminative powers in vital activities in the spinal centers draws the consciousness towards the soul and spirit. In meditation, the return of consciousness to the kingdom of the soul requires the yogi to pass from awareness of flesh to awareness of astral existence. That is, the way from body consciousness to superconsciousness lies through an intermediate world, a man's astral or vital electrical system. The 12th and 13th stanzas describe not only the gross physical vibrations emanating from the senses, but also the ugly, agitated, and agitating vibratory noises of the aroused astral nadis, subtle astral quote-unquote nerve currents, that incite sensory and other bodily activities. Stanzas 14 to 18, in contrast, describe the spiritual experience in divine uplifting vibrations emanating from the soul and the astral kingdom. The gross vibrations are heard when man is still on the plane of body consciousness. The astral vibrations are not heard until the yogi's consciousness has reached the inner astral plane. Aspiring yogis know all too well from the experience that during the first state of meditation, the concentration may become deep enough to shut off the sounds of external world, but the resultant inner peace is short-lived. When ego consciousness is still awake and blows the conch shell of breath, the sense organs of heart, circulation, and lungs make many peculiar thumping, throbbing, and purring sounds. Behind these is a cacophony of their body-bound astral counterparts, but no fine astral music is heard. The mind becomes discouraged and unsteady. Prisoner of his own sense-enslaved nature, the body begins to complain and wants to break its meditation pose. 4 factors in meditation: mind, breath, vital essence, and life force. Great determination of will is required to win the first inner psychological battle to keep the concentration steady and interiorized. The devotee will be aided in this if he recognizes the intimate interrelation of the 4 factors of the mind, breath, vital essence, and bodily life energy. When any one of the 4 factors is disturbed, the other 3 are also automatically disturbed, as in the case when the ego consciousness revives the senses by disrupting the calmness of breathlessness. The devotee, therefore, who aspires to develop steadily in spirituality must calm the mind by the practice of the right techniques of concentration, must keep the breath quiet by pranayama, and proper breathing exercises, must preserve the vital essence, generally the most abused of the senses, by self-control and by seeking only the company of good people, and must free the body from restlessness and aimless motions by conscious control of life force, and by keeping the body in good health and training it by patient discipline to sit absolutely still in meditation. Verse 14. Then also Madhava, Krishna, and Pandava, Arjuna, seated in their grand chariot with its yoke of white horses, splendidly blew their celestial conch shells. When the ego disturbs the breath during deep meditation, the soul again tries to revive the intuitive consciousness in the preserving devotee by sounding a series of astral vibrations and illumining the inner gaze with divine light. Pandava, or the devotee Arjuna, seated in the chariot of meditative intuition with his attention focused on the spirit as Krishna or divine Christ consciousness at the Kudasta center between the eyebrows, beholds the light of spiritual eye and hears the sacred sounds of pranava, the creative Om vibration with its different cosmic sounds vibrating from the spinal centers in the astral body. The devotee, first listening within, hears only the gross sounds of the breath, heart, circulation, and so on. Perhaps the astral vibratory sounds behind these, ready to bring him back to matter. As this attention deepens, he hears the astral music of divine consciousness within. If his concentration is steady, he may also see the light of the spiritual eye, the intuitive all-seeing eye of the soul. Behold the chariot of intuition drawn by stallions of white lights, racing in all directions from a dark blue center, soul abode. Krishna in this verse is referred to as Madhava, Ma Prakriti, or primordial nature, Dava, husband, the blue radiance of the telescopic spiritual eye, the soul, quote-unquote, door, through which a devotee is able to enter the state of Krishna or Kudasta Chaitanya, universal Christ consciousness. Surrounding this blue light is the brilliant white or golden light, the telescopic astral eye through which all nature is perceived. In the center of the blue is a white star-like light, doorway to the infinite spirit or cosmic consciousness. I guess I'll read this part. Nope, I already read it. Okay, so verses 15 to 18. Hrishikesha, Krishna, blew his Panchajanya Dhananjaya, Arjuna, with his Devadatta and Vikodara Bhima of terrible deeds, blew his great conch Pondra. King Yudhisthira, the son of Kunti, blew his Anantavijaya. And Nukula blew his Sahadeva, blew respectively their Sugosha and Manipushpaka, and the king of Kashi, excellent archer, Shikandi, the great warrior, Drishtadyumna, Virata, the invincible Sakyati, Drupada, the son of Drupadi, and the mighty armed son of Sabarda, and blew their conch shells, O Lord of Earth. In these verses, references is made to the specific vibratory sounds, the conch shells of the various Pandavas. The meditating devotee hears emanating from several centers in the spine in medulla, in the medulla. Pranava, the sound of the creative Om vibration, is the mother of all sounds, the intelligent cosmic energy of Om that issues forth from God and is the manifestation of God, is the creator and substance of all matter. This holy vibration is the link between matter and spirit. Meditation on Om is the way to realize the true spirit essence of all creation. By inwardly following the sounds of pranava to its source, the yogi's consciousness is carried aloft to God. In the microcosmic universe of the body of man, the Om vibration works through the vital activities in the astral spinal centers of life, with their creative vibratory elements, the tattvas of earth, water, fire, air, and ether. Through these, man's body is created, enlivened, and sustained. These vibrations emit characteristic variations of pranava as they operate. The devotee whose consciousness becomes attuned to these inner astral sounds finds himself gradually ascending to higher states of realization. Patanjali defines these states in his classification of the various stages of interiorized meditation. In Yoga Sutras 1, 17 to 18, he refers to two basic categories of samadhi. One is Samprajnata, and two is asamprajnata, as applied. to advanced stages of realization, Samprajnata refers to savikalpa, with difference, unquote, samadhi, or divine union in which there remains some distinction between the knower and the known, as in the realization thou and I are one. And this is stages of interiorized meditation. In greater or lesser degree, some modifications of nature remain, but in asamprajnata samadhi, all differentiations of nature are resolved into the one spirit. The consciousness of, quote, thou and I are one, unquote, becomes, quote, I am he who has become this little form of I in all forms, unquote. This is not the egoist's proclamation, I am God, the brass clown of megalomania, but rather the full realization of the absolute truth. God is the only reality. Thus, asamprajnata is the absolute definition, in its absolute definition is nirvikalpa, without difference and without thought construct, right? Samadhi. The highest yoga or union manifested by fully liberated masters are those on the threshold of soul freedom. Distinguished initial supersensory experiences in meditation from true samadhi or union. However, when used to define the preliminary stages of realization rather than its advanced stages or fulfillment, then Samprajnata and asamprajnata are related terms used to distinguish initial supersensory experiences in meditation from true samadhi or union with the object of meditation. So Samprajnata then refers to primary states wherein the object of meditation is, quote, known accurately or thoroughly, unquote, through intuition that is still somewhat mixed with or interpreted by nature's subtle instruments of perception, an interaction of the knower, the knowing, and the known. It is therefore sometimes called, quote unquote, conscious samadhi, because those faculties of nature that operate outwardly in ordinary consciousness, such as mind, manas, intellect, buddhi, feeling, chitta, ego, asmita, are active inwardly in their pure or subtle form. By contrast, asamprajnata then means those superconscious experiences that are perceived through pure intuition or realization, the direct perception of the soul by being one with the object of meditation, transcendent of any intervening instrument or principle of nature. Intuition is the, quote, face-to-face, unquote, knowledge of reality without any intermediary. Patanjali says that asamprajnata is the result of samskara impression left by Samprajnata samadhi. In other words, by repeated efforts at deeper and deeper Samprajnata meditation, the end result is the transcendent state of asamprajnata samadhi. But it is a misnomer to refer to this later state as, quote, unconscious samadhi, close quote, in keeping with the previous states being called conscious. Rather, samprajnata means, quote, known accurately or thoroughly, unquote. That idea does not arise in the opposite, asamprajnata, because in the unity of the knower and known, there is nothing to be known. The devotee becomes the object of his meditation. Far from unconsciousness, it is a state of supreme heightened awareness and enlightenment. Patanjali divides Samprajnata samadhi into four stages. One, savitarka, which is without doubt or conjecture, intuitive experience mixed with argumentative or doubt-ridden mind. Two, savichara is with reasoning or pondering, which would include intuitive experience mixed with discrimination-guided intellect. Three, sananda with joy, interiorized intuitive experience interpreted by chitta, or joy-permeated feeling. And four, samsita is with I-ness or individuality, which is intuitive experience mixed with a pure sense of being. These four states, which come after interiorization, pratyahara, are the result of deep concentration, dharana, or superconscious perception as limited to the body. When those four stages of Samprajnata have been resolved one by one into the next higher state, the yogi goes beyond them and attains asamprajnata samadhi. This comes in deep meditation, dhyana, in which concentration, dharana, is continuous with no flicker of interruption. Then the object of meditation, i.e. a particular concept or manifestation of God, is experienced as manifested not only in the body but in omnipresence. Beyond these states, in the advanced stages of realization, Samprajnata and asamprajnata are considered to mean, respectively, savikalpa and nirvikalpa samadhi. Patanjali says that the attainment of the highest samadhi is possible, quote, by profound devoted meditation on the Lord, Ishvara. His symbol is Aum. Yoga science applied to verses 15 to 18, experiences in spinal chakras. The application of all the foregoing to Gita verses 15 to 18 is as follows. The significance of the conches of the five sons of Pandu mentioned in verses 15 and 16 is given first explained according to the spiritual progression of realization rather than in the sequence which they refer to in the verses. Sahadeva, with his conch called Mani Pushpaka, which means that which becomes manifested by its sound, represents the earth element in the coccygeal center Muladhara chakra in the spine, the base chakra. The devotee concentrating upon this center bears the Aum or cosmic vibration in a peculiar sound like the drone of a honey-mad bee. The devotee then wonders doubtfully whether the sound is a bodily vibration or an astral sound. This state of concentration is therefore called Savitarka Samprajnata Samadhi, quote, the doubt-ridden state of inner absorption, unquote. This center is the abode of the interiorized meditational mind in its very first stage. Nakula, with his conch shell named Sugosha, quote, that which sounds clearly and sweetly, unquote, represents the water element manifested in the sacral center. The devotee concentrating upon this center is lifted beyond the doubting state of mind to a surer, more discriminating state. He listens to a higher astral sound which is similar to the beautiful tones of a flute. The doubting ceases and his intellect begins to fathom the nature of the sound. This state is called Savichara Samprajnata Samadhi, or the intellectual, reason-guided state of inner absorption. Arjuna, here referred to as Dhananjaya, winner of wealth, with his conch named Devarata, that which gives joy, represents the fire element in the lumbar center, Manipura chakra. The devotee concentrating upon this center hears an astral sound that is like a harp or veena, owing to the dissolution of the doubting mental state and of the discriminating intellectual state. He now attains the state of perceptive self-realization in which the clear perception of the sound and its true nature produces a joy-permeating feeling of inner absorption or Sananda Samprajnata Samadhi. Bhima, with his conch named Paundra, that which disintegrates the lower states, represents the air or life force, prana, element in the dorsal center, Anahata chakra. The devotee concentrating on this center hears the Om, symbol of God, as a deep, long, drawn-out astral bell. The mental, intellectual, and perceptive states having all been dissolved, the devotee arrives at an intuitive inner bliss absorption that is mixed with ego consciousness, not as body consciousness, but as the pure sense of individualized being, or, quote, I am, unquote. This state of Sasmita Samprajnata Samadhi. Yudhishthira, with his conch named Ananta Vijaya, that which conquers infinity, represents the ether element in the cervical center of the spine, the Vishuddha chakra. The devotee concentrating on this center hears the eternity controlling, infinitely spreading cosmic sound of all-pervasive etheric vibration of Om, whose sound is like thunder or the roar of a distant mighty ocean. In this state, the four preceding phases of interiorization, mental manas, intellectual buddhi, perceptive chitta, and egoistic amsita or asmita, have been dissolved, giving rise to a deeper state of pure intuitive perception of limited bliss, the state called asamprajnata samadhi. Although the cognitive instruments of human consciousness are now extinct, asamprajnata samadhi is not unconsciousness, but a direct knowing through self-realization, the pure intuition of the soul. As the devotee's, quote, I-ness, unquote, or sense of individual existence has been transcended, his consciousness identifies with the etheric vibration of Om in all space, expanding from the little body to infinity. His blissful consciousness embraces omnipresence. Sri Krishna, who is here referred to as Sri Kisha, Hrishikesha, Lord of the Senses, then blows his conch called Pranchajanya, that which generates the five tattvas or elements. Sound is a mingling of the various sounds of the five lower centers. This is true or This is the true or undifferentiated cosmic Aum vibration. This quote-unquote symphony of the five sounds of pranava is heard in the united medullary in Christ consciousness center, the Ajna chakra. Here the devotee enjoys a greater savikalpa samadhi. He attains full realization of God in his creative aspect, manifested as the Aum vibration. In the beginning was the Word, the creative vibration, the Holy Ghost. Amen, or Aum. And the Word was God, and the Word was, and the Word was God. Yes, that's twice. Attunement with God as Om lifts the consciousness to the immanent Christ consciousness. Through Christ consciousness, the advanced yogi ascends to cosmic consciousness in the highest cerebral center. Quote, no man cometh unto the Father, cosmic consciousness, but through me, through the Son, or Christ consciousness, unquote. These states of the, quote, Holy Trinity, unquote, are symbolized in Hindu scriptures as Om, Tat, Sat, Holy Ghost vibration, Kudastha, or Christ consciousness, and God, or cosmic consciousness. When the devotee attains cosmic consciousness in the highest cerebral center, the Sahasrara, and can enter that state at will and remain in it as long as he wishes, he will in time be blessed to experience that ecstasy in the supreme or final undifferentiated state, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. When the yogi's union with God is experienced in these elevated states wherein the consciousness has been lifted to the centers of the medulla, pure consciousness of the soul, the point between the eyebrows, Kudastha or Christ consciousness, and the cerebrum, the cosmic consciousness, he realizes the higher significance of Samprajnata and asamprajnata as respectively Savikalpa Samadhi and Nirvikalpa Samadhi. In Samprajnata, Savikalpa Samadhi, the Saviktarka experience of God is not, quote, doubt-ridden, unquote, in a negative sense, but a questioning with reverence and wonderment. Quote, is this really the Lord who has been so silent and invisible in the universe? Is it true that he has come to at last to me? Unquote. The Savichara experiences a keen discernment of the nature of God in one of his many aspects or quality, cosmic love, bliss, wisdom, and so forth. Sananda experience states the indefinable bliss that accompanies communion with God in his eternal nature of ever-existing, ever-conscious, ever-new bliss. The state of Sasmita, the devotee feels his expanded self in every atom of space as though all creation were his own body. It is a state of perfect calmness in which the devotee is like a mirror reflecting all things. When the devotee becomes anchored in cosmic consciousness and retains the state of God perception and omnipresence, even when he returns to body consciousness and material activities, he has then attained asamprajnata nirvikalpa samadhi. Now, in Gita's verses 17 and 18 are mentioned the other key Pandava warriors whose significance has been elaborated on in the interpretation of earlier verses. These divine Pandavas, following the lead of Krishna and the five Pandus, sound their respective conchas. These are the supportive nadis, or astral nerve currents, conductors of life energies, whose vibratory activities also produce characteristic sounds. All of these vibrations during meditations are turned Godward to spiritualize the whole body and mind and draw the consciousness inward towards self-realization. The layman, reading these explanations, may wonder what it is all about, but those conscientious seekers after truth who have practiced right methods of Raja Yoga meditation, as do those devotees who follow Lahiri Mahasaya's Kriya Yoga path through the self-realization fellowship lessons, which you can find at the Yogananda website I mentioned in the beginning, know from their own experience that these astral sounds may be distinctly heard. This truth can be proved by anyone who practices the yoga techniques in a book available to the general public. I cannot give the techniques themselves, for they are sacred, and certain ancient spiritual injunctions must be first followed to ensure that they are received with reverence and confidentiality, and thereafter practiced correctly. I have, however, throughout this manuscript endeavored to give a sufficient theoretical explanation to satisfy any intelligent layman that yoga is indeed a science, perfectly organized by the sages of ancient India, and preparing the interpretation of the Holy Bhagavad Gita. My intent and prayer is to awaken new hearts and minds to the physical, mental, and spiritual blessings available through right knowledge and the application of the yoga science, to encourage and hasten the progress of those devotees who are already steadfast on the yoga path. And I need to take a quick drink, pardon me. Analogy of creation as a cosmic motion picture. An illustration may help to explain the deep subject in these present Gita verses. A primitive tribesman who has had no contact with modern civilization and who sees a talking motion picture for the first time might easily believe the motions to be those of living men and women. One may convince him that the talking picture is nothing but a play of film and electric vibrations, is to take him near the screen and there let him touch the shadowy images to discover their deceptive nature. Another way is to educate him that the talking pictures are a play of light and shadow, is to show him the film and the movie equipment, and how the torrent of electric light emanating from the opening of the operating booth is carried within its beam the power to project on a screen a series of realistic forms. To a materialist, the whole world is complication of solids, liquids, fire, gases, and so forth, seem to be composed of real material substances. Quote, this is the way I perceive it, therefore it must be fact, unquote. But the advanced yogi whose self-realization has penetrated to the inner source of external matter is able to say, quote, this cosmos are only shadows of life thrown on the screen of space and reflected in our conscious and subconscious mental chambers, unquote. The world and cosmos are shadows of life thrown on the screen of space. Just as the etheric flood of light going out of the movie booth is seen to be like a transparent searchlight free from any inherent pictures, yet images mysteriously appear on the screen, so God, from his booth in the center of eternity, is emanating a spherical bundle of rays, invisible searchlights, which passing through the film of delusioned, interacting principles of nature, produce within their core on the screen of space an endless variety of apparently real pictures. But the images are shadowy illusions. The only reality is God and his individualized consciousness in the forms that behold and interact in the play of cosmic delusion. The yogi, peering with closed eyes into the darkened visibility within, finally finds their 6 subtle astral booths, the coccygeal, sacral, lumbar, dorsal, cervical, and combined medullary and Christ centers, situated in the spinal column and at the base of the brain, the point between the eyebrows. He sees that the true-to-life pictures of his body is produced by an earth current in the coccyx, a water vibration in the sacral, a fire vibration in the lumbar, an air vibration in the dorsal, and an ether vibration in the cervical, and a consciousness and life force vibration in the medulla and Christ centers. Just as the beam of electric light thrown on a screen makes a peculiar noise at its source, which is caused by electrical vibrations, so the astral spinal centers emanate different, quote, musical, unquote, sounds as they send out their various pranic life force currents. They produce the technicolor picture of the physical body, with its true to sight, true to touch, true to hearing, true to smell, true to taste perceptions. By concentrating on the 6 centers, the meditating devotee hears successfully the music of the bumblebee, the flute, the harp, the gong bell, a sea roar, and then the symphony of all the astral sounds. These emanations from the 6 centers are vibrations of the 5 elements, or tattvas, in nature, microcosmically represented in the universe, macrocosmically represent in the universe, and microcosmically operative in the body of man. The 5 elemental vibrations create and sustain the body. The earth life current in the coccyx is the force responsible for the solidifying of primal life force into atoms of flesh and for producing the sense of smell. As it operates, this center emanates the sound of a buzzing bee. The water element in the sacral center sustains the atoms of all the watery substances in the body and is responsible for the sense of taste. Its work makes the musical sound of a flute. The fire element in the lumbar center maintains the astral life glow and electrical heat of the body and produces the sense of sight, activities that are accompanied by beautiful harp-like sounds. The air element in the dorsal center enables the oxygen and life energy, or prana, in the body to combine with physical cells and is also responsible for the sense of touch. Its work gives forth like a bell or gong sound. The ether element in the cervical plexus maintains the etheric background in the body, timing it to all spatial vibrations. The subtle etheric vibration is the screen on which the image of the body and all nature is projected. The cervical center produces the sense of hearing and reverberates with the cosmic vibration of ocean rumblings. The united medulla and Christ center is the dynamo of consciousness, of life force, and of the vibratory element matrices. This high center continuously recharges with life and consciousness all the subdynamos of the elemental vibrations of earth, water, fire, air, and ether that maintain the body's flesh, blood, and all the watery substances, heat, oxygen, and life force and etheric activities. In other words, the body is not at all what it appears to be. It is a complicated result of the combination of 6 currents that emanate from 6 astral centers, and these currents are, in turn, emanating from the spherical cosmic energy of the creative Aum vibration, which produces in its core the macrocosmic dream pictures of the universe. The spiritual aspirant eager to solve the mystery of the body only understands it when his attention is withdrawn from the body to the 6 inner booths, which, now throwing out 6 currents, are responsible for producing the picture of the body. By knowledge of those 6 currents and by years of meditation, the yogi learns to know the body not as a solid mass, but as a manifestation of vibratory light. The yogi then rightly understands that the basis of the physical cells is atomic energy, which comes from lifetrons or astral energy, which comes from thoughttrons or causal mental energy, and that all these are different rates of vibration of cosmic consciousness, or different dreams of God's mind. When that perception becomes a part of the yogi's own self-realization, he will be able to control consciously all functions of the bodily instruments, and even to materialize or dematerialize his body at will. To summarize the important significance of the sounding of conch shells by the Pandavas in these Gita verses, a summary of is such: the worldly man whose attention is matter-bound hears only the noises of the external world, but in the psychological and metaphysical battle between the sense-mind and the soul-bound discrimination, both the warring senses and the soul forces give rise to various vibrations in an effort to win the consciousness of meditating devotee. During meditation, the devotee's attention first leaves the realm of physical sounds in the material world. Then the attention is caught by the various sounds resulting from the inner activities of the physical body, such as the circulation of the blood, pumping of the heart, the restlessness of the breath. These vibrations become very audible and disturbing when man's attention is fully concentrated within. By deeper meditation, the devotee goes beyond the inner physical sounds, and when he passes through the astral kingdom, he begins to hear the various vibrational sounds of the astral vital forces, sounds like the blowing of conch shells or round, full, rolling vibrations of musical quality, the bumblebee, flute, harp, gong, bell, sea roar, astral symphony. Following those sounds, he learns to locate the centers of life consciousness. Locating the centers, he, and in time, actually sees them. This achievement ordinarily requires years of meditation under the guidance and blessing of an advanced guru. Finally, viewing the centers and ascending his consciousness through them in the various stages of samadhi, the yogi has solved the mystery of the body. He knows it as a manipulable form of light vibration. Verse 19. That tremendous sound reverberating through heaven and earth pierced the heart of Dhritarashtra clan. The vibratory sounds, the conch shells of the Pandavas' armies emanating from the activities of astral centers, as heard by the devotee in meditation, resounding in the astral body, heaven, and the physical body, earth, discouraged the body-bound mental and material desires and senses. Dhritarashtra's clan, the blind king. The soldiers of King Material Desire become much worried at seeing the devotee fast escaping from the snares of the sense plane. Just as materially minded children delight in the primitive rhythms of jazz and take no interest in the great symphonies, so the senses love the noisy world of gross pleasures and are insensible to the soothing music of the astral world. When a devotee develops sufficiently to be able to hear the astral harmonies, he feels distaste for materialistic sense pleasures and carefully avoids the noisy surroundings of sense-ensnared people. Stanzas 12 stated that the ego creates many material vibrations to cheer the mind and its restless clan. In stanza 19, we find an opposite development. The astral sounds exert a stupefying effect on the undisciplined mental tendencies. The devotee observes, this next section, the devotee observes the enemies to be destroyed, verses 20 to 23. Beholding the dynasty of Dhritarashtra ready to begin battle, Pandava Arjuna, whose flag bears the monkey emblem, lifted his bow and addressed Hrishikesha, Krishna, 21, and Arjuna said, "O changeless Krishna, please place my chariot between the two armies, that I may regard those who stand ready in battle array. On the eve of this war, let me comprehend with whom I must fight. Here in this field of Kurukshetra, I wish to observe all those who have gathered with desire to fight on the side of Dhritarashtra's wicked son Duryodhana." During meditation, Pandava, the soulful powers of discrimination, beholds the mind's resentment at the devotee's enjoyment of the music of the astral plane. The devotee then triumphantly hoists his flag of self-control with the monkey emblem, signifying man's control over restlessness. He straightens his spine by holding his neck straight, pulling his shoulders back, and pushing his chest forward and drawing his abdomen in. This position of the spine, curved in the front and not the back, is called, quote, "the bow of meditation," unquote, well strung and ready for the battle with the senses. Now, just take that also, okay? So this is another spears, bows, different kinds of weapons in a lot of these things that absolutely have a completely different meaning behind them. So when we see these things carved on the sides of walls or in kind of the mythologies and stuff, it's a kind of a good way to sort of break those things down, because the way people read mythology now is just I feel like nothing's really changed. It's just kind of like, oh, these people believed in a bunch of gods and blah, blah, blah. I bet you if someone were to take a real intuitive look into some of these old mythologies, you could probably break it down just like this. I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually quite similar. I mean, I'm pretty sure it is similar. Anyways, continuing. In all physical activities, man sends thought and energy down from the brain to the bodily surfaces, thus keeping the ego engaged in material things. In every process of meditation, man sends thought and life energy away from the sense centers towards the brain. For the spiritual adept, the, quote, monkey emblem, unquote, signifies the control of restless thoughts by certain guru-given spiritual exercises of reversing the life force from the external senses of the medulla to the medulla, aided by the practice of Kachari Mudra, touching the tip of the, quote, little tongue, or the uvula, the negative pole, with the tip of the regular tongue, the positive pole. When this exercise is practiced under the Guru's guidance by an advanced yogi, such as one who has first made significant spiritual progress in Kriya Yoga, it turns the sense-bound life current Godward. Right posture, essential to successful meditation. An essential adjunct to successful meditation is right posture. A bent spine throws the spinal vertebrae out of their proper order, thus squeezing the nerves of the principal plexuses of the nervous system. These maladjustments prevent clear sensory perceptions of material objects and also retard the flow of life force into the brain to reveal the spirit. Just as a rubber tube squeezed in the middle stops the flow of water forward or backward, so the pinched spinal nerves, due to misplaced vertebrae, do not conduct to the senses the amount of outgoing energy necessary to obtain clear sense perception. And during meditation, the squeezed spinal nerves plexuses obstruct the retirement of energy from the senses to the brain. Thus, the devotee who meditates with a bent spine gets little spiritual results. His bent spine is a broken bow, unable to protect him against the forces of restlessness. When he tries to concentrate and fix his attention on the point between the eyebrows, he finds his consciousness tied with the outgoing nerve current flowing toward the senses, owing to the pinched nerves. The flow of life force cannot reverse itself through the spinal centers. Devotees who unscientifically try to, quote, enter the silence, unquote, are unable to do so as long as the current of life energy flow downward to the senses. The scientifically trained yogi knows how to withdraw the life energy as well as the mind from the senses. When the life energy retires to the spine, the five senses telephones of smell, taste, sight, sound, and touch are automatically turned off, preventing mental disturbances by sensation. After making the spine straight and hoisting the flag of self-control, the devotee directs the nerve force flow inwardly through the spine into the abode of spirit in the cerebrum. This is the state in which Pandava, the discriminating soul faculty, addresses Krishna, the spirit, here referred to as Hrishikesha, Lord of the senses, a state in which the devotee's discrimination stands ready to discharge its missiles of unshaken concentration at any outbreak of rebellion from restless thoughts. In this perfectly recollected state, the devotee prays, quote, "O spirits, station the chariot of my intuition in the spinal centers, that I may behold therein the forces ready to oppose each other, and thereby understand the enemy I must fight." The Mahabharata tells us that in the battle between the good Pandus and the wicked Kurus, Krishna became the charioteer of the noble Pandu brother Arjuna. The interpretation of this allegory is that when man's fiery self-control, Arjuna, is ready to battle all the forces of the senses, then the spirit, Krishna, becomes the devotee's charioteer, or guiding power. The spirit expresses itself through the instrumentality of the intuition of the soul, spirit's individualized reflection in man. Two phases of the inner battle of meditation. In the first stage of meditation, the devotee's mind is inextricably bound up with sense consciousness. His mind is concentrated upon material sounds and restless thoughts. He is aghast to behold all the forces of restlessness and mental opposition arrayed against him. Millions of superficial devotees never pass beyond the state of deadlocked psychological struggle between the senses and the soul forces of calmness and intuition. The devotee who was victorious in the initial psychological battle enters the second state of meditation, the metaphysical battle wherein his consciousness and life energy become centralized in the spinal centers. He sees himself as a warrior in the battlefield of the spine, the common field of the spiritual forces of the opposing mental or sense tendencies in their subtle form. When this battle is about to begin, the devotee feels a simultaneous pull towards the outgoing sense tendencies in the spinal centers and towards the inwardly turned spiritual forces of the soul. It is then that the devotee contacts the calm spirit within and prayerfully asks that divine power to place the chariot of intuition between the subtle divine perceptions and the gross sense perceptions. The devotee expects, with the aid of the spirit, to rally his forces of meditation to fight the forces of restlessness. If the senses win, the devotee falls prisoner to the flesh, and that particular meditative battle is lost. If the spiritual intuitive forces win, the devotee is taken deeper into the kingdom of pure spirit. This is the third state of meditation, deep, blissful samadhi, in which there is little danger that the consciousness could be caught by any sensory invasion. In stanzas 21 and 22, it is the second state of meditation that is being described. That is, before the devotee has secured his consciousness in blissful samadhi, these verses hold a further deeper meaning, which I shall explain briefly. The placement of the chariot of intuitive perception between the opposing forces refers in general to the spinal centers, but also specifically to the coccyx, dorsal, and medullary-Christ centers. These are three important places. Intuitional caravanserai, vantage points in which the devotee consciousness becomes ensconced while moving Godward through the centers of the brain. There is a special polarity between these centers that help the attuned consciousness to be lifted upward. First, there is the magnetism between the negative pole of the coccyx center, Muladhara, and the higher or positive dorsal center, Anahata. Then, by the deep meditation, when the consciousness is raised to the dorsal center, that center becomes a negative pole, and the medullary-Christ kudastha, the kudastha center becomes the positive pole, pulling the consciousness upward to the centers of highest realization in the brain from the intuitive perceptions received during his sojourn in these three centers. The devotee gains full understanding of the principles of this lower material nature by experiencing them at their source in their subtle form. Polarity between coccyx, dorsal, and medullary-Christ centers. It has already been noted that the thousand-petaled lotus, the sahasrara, in the cerebrum is the matrix of all forces in the body, operative through the subdynamos of the spinal centers. The ancient seers correlated the vibrations of the cerebral forces and their respective centers in the spine from the seed sounds emitted from the actions of these vibrations. The rishis evolved the phonetically perfect Sanskrit alphabet. In a footnote in our biography of a yogi, I wrote regarding Sanskrit, quote, Sanskrita, polished, complete. Sanskrit is the older sister of all Indo-European tongues. Its alphabetical script, called Devanagari, literally means, quote, divine abode, unquote. quote, "Who knows my grammar knows God," unquote. Panini, great philologist of the ancient India, paid that tribute to the mathematical and psychological perfection of Sanskrit. He who would track language to its lair must indeed end as omniscient. In a highly simplified description, it may be said that the 50 letters of sounds of the Sanskrit alphabet are on the petals of the Sahasrara. I used to be able to say that word so easy. And that each alphabetical vibration, in turn, is connected with specific petal on the lotuses in the spinal centers, which have a total of 50 corresponding petals: coccygeal 4, sacral 6, lumbar 10, dorsal 12, cervical 16, medullary-Christ center 2. Petals, quote-unquote, means rays or vibrations. These vibrations, singularly and in combinations and in conjunction with the 5 elements, tattvas, and other principles of nature, are responsible for various psychological and physiological activities in the physical and astral bodies of man. I included with this commentary a chart authored by my Parama Guru, Yogavatari Lahiri Mayasaya, diagramming this concept as he perceived it. The illustration is a basic outline for the total number of nadis in the body, are variously numbered by the scriptures to be as many as 72,000. During my visit to India in 1935, a copy of Lahiri Mayasaya's chart was given to me by Ananda Mohan Lahiri, grandson of my Paramaguru, for inclusion in the Gita commentary he knew I had undertaken to write. From the realization of the potencies of these vibratory bija or seed sounds, the rishis devised mantras that, when properly intoned, activate these creative forces to produce the desired result. Mantras, therefore, are one means of tuning in with subtle or divine forces. Too often, however, the inquiring seeker focuses on the forces of nature, and the resulting effects are thus in the realm of phenomena and powers, an entrapment to be avoided by the sincere devotee who seeks union with God. Those sacred mantras that are a part of the Kriya Yoga science, including meditation on Om, as mentioned in 1, 15, and 18, and other techniques and instructions of the Kriya path, take the devotee's consciousness straight away to God. I have mentioned in this commentary the various vibratory seed sounds and their derivations because they are a part of the details of the yoga science. They need not be concentrated on, however. Their effects will be automatically realized by the advanced devotee as follows. When the devotee's mind is concentrated at the coccygeal center, he hears the vibratory sounds between the coccyx and the sacral centers. Then he understands the domain of desires. This center is the first stopping place. When the devotee understands the vibration of the seed sounds in the dorsal center, he is enabled to feel his coccygeal, sacral, lumbar, dorsal centers simultaneously and comprehends the mysteries of their subtle powers. This stage constitutes the second stopping place. When the advanced devotee understands the vibration of the seed sounds between the cervical and medullary-Christ centers, he understands the 6 centers, the elements of earth, water, fire, air, ether, and super-ether, in their subtle, separated state, and understands further the combinations of the elements that take place in order to produce man's illusion of the solid physical body. Verses 24 and 25. Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, the blind king, "O descendant of Bharata, requested thus by the Gudakesha, Arjuna, Hrishikesha, Krishna drove the best of chariots to a point between the 2 armies in front of Bhishma, Drona, and all the rulers of the earth, and then said, quote, 'See, Partha, Arjuna, this gathering of all the Kurus,' unquote." Introspection. Oh, excuse me, I need to take a quick drink. Introspection. Sanjaya revealed to the blind mind, Dhritarashtra. Okay, you know who I'm talking about. Here to referred to as the descendant of King Bharata, common ancestors of the Kurus and Pandus, symbolically cosmic consciousness. Quote, ordered thus by the devotee, Gudakesha, ever ready, sleepless, delusion defeating, the soul, Hrishikesha, king of the senses, Krishna, drove the best of chariots, spiritual perception, between Pandava army of discrimination and the Kaurava army of material desire, confronting the mental generals, ego and latent tendencies, and all the other rulers of body consciousness, earth, the power-ruling material tendencies, and intuitively commanded the devotee to acknowledge his inner enemies. Now in this moment of decision, when the good and evil and the spiritual aspirant are poised to fight, each side facing a, quote, do-or-die struggle, unquote, or for victory, the uncertain devotee begins to rationalize what such a battle really means. So his charioteer soul, at one with spirit, places him face to face with the enemies he must destroy. The chariot of spiritual perception. The spiritual aspirant, who is worthy to be called Gudakesha when he conquers sleep or sloth in order to meditate long and deeply, can command his soul-identified consciousness to centralize or focus clearly and impartially his spiritual perception. This perception is the grand chariot with which a devotee moves from the wilderness of the misery-inflamed senses through the oasis of spinal centers to the plane of omnipresent consciousness and the divine cerebral centers. When the devotee is spiritually advanced, he can centralize his car of spiritual perception on any plane. The, quote, ever awake, unquote, devotee in his blissful soul-centered state beholds his chariot of spiritual perception properly situated for right observation between the crooked sense tendencies of the mind and the discriminative tendencies of the soul. The state of man on the material plane is marked by the complete identification of consciousness with worldly struggles and goals. This is the perception of the ordinary businessman, for instance, who never tries to understand the intelligence behind his brain, the power without which no business can be carried on. By sporadic attempts at deep meditation, the awakening devotee reaches the second plane of perception, in which once in a while he gets away from the senses and feels the deep peace and joy of his soul. On the third plane of perception, the self-controlled yogi has arrived at the middle point wherein he finds glimpses of bliss and divine realization as his consciousness becomes centralized in the spinal centers. Here he sees the soul quality and sense tendencies evenly matched. This point is reached as a result of steady meditation and proper schooling in the right habits of yoga. On the fourth plane of perception, when the consciousness becomes completely one with the only good, or God, the devotee goes beyond the opposites of good and evil. Man awakes in God and is not subject to the dualities of nature. Joyous and sorrowful experiences, health and disease, life and death. These phantoms of, quote, good and evil, unquote, vanish like the dreams that they are. All relativities are expressions of one absolute. The yogi is never mindful that the yogi is ever mindful that all consciousness is of good and evil, and of material and intuitive tendencies in man are relatives of the same absolute consciousness, referred to symbolically in this stanza as Bharata, common ancestor of both Kurus and Pandus. Absence of light is darkness. Absence of darkness is light. Similarly, lack of self-control is weakness. Lack of weakness is self-control. In this sense, we can understand how duality, or good and evil, are the contrasted positive and negative expressions of the soul unity of God. Each man's individual characteristics of behavior are in large measure the sum total of all his habits. These habits, both good and bad, are formed by man's own consciousness through repetition of a thought and by thought-produced actions. If the consciousness can think and dream itself into bad habits, it has only to think and dream differently in order to form good habits. Good and bad ideas are different forms or different dreams of consciousness. It is better to dream beautiful phases of consciousness than to have nightmares. Consciousness is imaginative, sensitive, pliable. It can think and dream itself into any state. That's for sure. And the devotee's consciousness, when degraded, is spoken of as, quote, the mind racing blindly with uncontrolled sense steeds, unquote. When man's consciousness is moving toward the soul, it has reached the disciplined, quote, state of discrimination, unquote. Consciousness, when identified with the soul, is called, quote, Krishna, the king of the senses, unquote, or, quote, the savior, the Kudasta, or Christ consciousness in man, unquote. The pure reflection of spirit, the charioteer that leads the discriminating tendencies victoriously toward the kingdom of the infinite. Man's consciousness, when identified with egoism, is called the Bhishma state. When the consciousness is one with the past tendencies, that stage is called the Drona samskara, or latent tendency state. When the mind impartially weighs all the faculties of the soul against these pleasures, it is called Sanjaya, or the introspective state. When the consciousness of the devotee is ever ready to meditate, scorning sleep, it has reached the Arjuna Kudakesha state of fiery spiritual determination and self-control. The Arjuna Partha state is that consciousness in which the devotee feels sympathetic towards the mental sense tendencies, his Kuru relatives, and needs to be reminded that he is the son of Pritha, another name for Kunti, who represents the power of dispassion or renunciation, and that he should therefore act accordingly and not give in to his instincts born of nature. The duality of consciousness, the progenitor of all states of both good and evil, with their common ancestors, the absolute or cosmic consciousness, will now be the cause of a painful quandary in the devotee. The Bhagavad Gita, a comprehensive metaphysical and psychological treatise, describes all experiences that will come to the spiritual traveler on the path of emancipation. Thus far, concentration has been primarily on the positive states the devotee is striving towards, and the verses that follow to the end of chapter 1 and the first part of chapter 2, warning is given to the negative states that try to intimidate the devotee and turn him from his goal. Quote, forewarned is forearmed, unquote. The devotee who understands the route he must travel will never feel unsure or dismayed at inevitable opposition. The true devotee gives not only trust to God, he worships him through understanding and wisdom. Blind piety is not unacceptable to the Supreme Being, but it is a low form of spiritual mindedness. Man, blessed with the divine gift of intelligence, of reason, and free choice, should worship his Creator in truth and in understanding. It pleases the Lord to see his human children, made in his own image, employ in their quest of him the highest gift he has given to them, their divine birthright of intelligence. The devotee who uses this intelligence to study sincerely the messages of the Gita will find it a faithful travel companion that will not only guide and encourage, but also caution and protect. Verses 26, Partha Arjuna beheld positioned there as members of both armies, grandfathers, fathers, father-in-laws, uncles, brothers, cousins, sons, grandsons, and also comrades, friends, and teachers. Through intuitive self-control born of meditation, the devotee beholds his good and bad psychological relatives and the warring enemies of divine discrimination and the wicked senses. There are the psychological grandfathers, the good or evil deep-seated ego consciousness, mental fathers and father-in-law, as such as the paternal tendency of keen dispassion with its negative inner feminine tendencies, or a daughter of coiled life force. Psychological uncles such as pride and other delusional intoxicating tendencies, brothers and cousins of discriminative power and of sense tendencies, psychological children tendencies evolved from self-control and from other discriminative powers, also from the sensory mind, grandsons or interrelated offshoots of good and evil desires, friendly good and bad habits and action-inspiring past tendencies, teacher of the soul qualities and the sensory inclinations. When the devotee passes through the initial state of meditation and arrives at the middle state, as described in the previous stanza, he obtains this keen vision of his dear psychological relatives of good and bad tendencies, gathered together on the battlefield of consciousness, ready to destroy one another. Symbolic meaning of relatives and friends in the warring clans. To name a few, the devotee can find the good and bad grandfathers, or good and bad egos. The good ego draws the devotee towards meditation and the good action. The bad ego attracts one to evil. A person is born with either a spiritual or material ego predominating according to his actions in past lives. This chief ego, or individuality of any particular life, is called the grandfather tendency, quote unquote, because it rules all other tendencies. Psychological, quote-unquote, grandfathers can be dual or triple in complex personalities. Many persons are Jekyll and Hydes, those whose good and bad egos in one life are equally powerful. A father-in-law's psychological tendencies, Drupada, is keen dispassion, which quote-unquote, fathers or rouses the coiled life force, Draupadi, at the base of the spine. When the devotee causes the coiled force of the coccyx center to reverse its flow from the senses to the brain, through the inner insulation of the spinal cord, it awakens the spinal centers, and when the spirit ward life force unites with the 5 pandus, tattvas, in these centers, it gives birth to offspring of divine qualities that arouse a longing for God and a bitter distaste for material things. These qualities are called Draupadeya, sons of Draupadi. When the devotee in meditation controls the coiled life force and reverses its flow, his consciousness in the spinal centers become the quote-unquote husband of Draupadi, and he meets his father-in-law, Drupada, or keen dispassion. Here's again, you have these ideas of husbands and things like that, the bridegrooms and whatnot. The psychological uncles are the intoxicating, delusion-creating tendencies to attachment to the senses to excuse me. The psychological uncles are intoxicating, delusion-creating tendencies of attachment to the senses, to material objects, and so forth, and false pride with its narrow-mindedness that tries to dissuade the devotee from giving up social position and from bearing criticism from others to quote-unquote foolishly following the path to God. Such quote-unquote uncles are almost fatherly in their power because they wield vast control over the human consciousness. Among the psychological brothers and cousins are the 5 divine Pandu brothers born of discrimination, and their 100 cousins born of blind sense mind. The cousin sense tendencies at first seem friendly, like well-meaning but wrongly informed brothers who try to convince the devotee of the justness of their cause. The psychological sons consist of this devotee's spiritual qualities born of self-control and the other offspring of Draupadi, as mentioned above, and also the offspring of the evil sense tendencies. The psychological grandsons are the good and bad desires that evolve out of the practice, feeling, and perception of good and evil. Friends and comrades, good and bad habits. So psychological friends and comrades are good and bad habits. Good habits are helpful and friendly to one in his performance of good actions, but as evil habits are friendly and helpful when one is performing evil actions. The psychological teachers are the strong tendencies of good and evil from past and good habits that serve as stimulating motive power of present good and evil action and habits. Until one is wholly under the influence of the independent wisdom of the soul, almost all he is and does is a result of habit or conditioning. This is true. If one is bound by a bad ego, subject to desires and likes and dislikes, conditioned to respond in a materialistic way to his senses, if his thoughts and actions are under the compulsion of delusion, he will be bound by karma. Then, because of the way these influences control and condition his mental makeup and manner of behavior, all of them may be said to be bad habits, the army of the Kurus. Conversely, good habits are the spiritual opposites, the army of the Pandus, the friends and supporters of the cause of the soul. Hold on a second. Yes. Oh, I just lost myself. Yes, okay. The Pandus, the friends and supporters of the cause of the soul that are necessary to oust the evil or materialistic nature. The aspiring devotee reconditions his consciousness with the cultivation of spiritual qualities until these predominate as his natural habits, the aggregate of his nature. The good habits, having then fulfilled their purpose, willingly surrender their rights to the wisdom reign of the soul. I just got to check something here. Okay. Good. Okay. Meditation is the inner war drum that rouses these good and bad habits from a long slumber of indifference and make each side willing to increase to its forces in order to obtain full victory over man's consciousness. When one is passively under the influence of bad habits, this materialistic nature, he does not find any noticeable resistance from his innate good habits, his soul qualities or spiritual nature. It is only when the devotee actively tries to cultivate good habits, concentration, calmness, peace, and marches them as soldiers towards the kingdom of the soul, that fierce resistance is stirred up from bad habits, fickleness, restlessness, and disquietude. And this is true. Don't let this dissuade you from attempting it, doing your meditations and whatnot. I mean, it does take some time. You've lived the life, however many years you've lived your life up to this point, with nothing but thought constructs and various other things, and like I was speaking about in the last, commenting about in the last video. I mean, there's work to be done, but it is true. Once you start on this path, it is as if something is trying to push back against you from doing it. Not just in your own body, but strangely in the world. things will show up out of nowhere as if it's some kind of psychological test. Like, oh yeah, you think you got this emotion down pat? All right, well here's this situation, and then boom, So beware. The enthusiastic spiritual beginner in the heat of his zeal does not realize the power of resistance possessed by bad habits, nor do the bad habits notice at first the silent invasion of good habits. It is only when the devotee, quote, means business, unquote, and makes repeated struggles to establish the generals of good habits in the kingdom of consciousness that the generals of bad habits have become alarmed and make furious attempts to oust the intruders. Thus it was with Arjuna, self-control of the devotee after he had been placed by Krishna, soul perception, between the two armies of good discrimination and bad sense tendencies. Arjuna looks at the array with awe, for the members of both armies are his own dear relatives. His self-created good and bad habits, in spite of a growing power of discrimination behind the army of good habits, self-control will find it hard and often distressing to destroy the dear old familiar bad habits. So it's pretty amazing the depth of this allegory. Arjuna's refusal to fight, verse 27. Beholding all those relatives arrayed before him, the son of Kunti, Arjuna, became filled with deep sympathy and spoke dolefully. When the devotee Arjuna, son of Kunti, beheld his favorite bad habits about to be slain by the accumulated wisdom of meditation, his positive masculine nature of fiery self-control became influenced by the inner negative feminine nature of feeling. With foolish emotional sympathy, the devotee dolefully introspects. In every being there exists a masculine and feminine nature. The masculine or positive side reveals itself as the powers of discrimination, self-control, exacting judgment, qualities that express or respond to reason. The negative or feminine nature consists of feeling, love, sympathy, kindness, mercy, joy. In the ideal being, these two aspects are perfectly balanced, but if reason lacks feeling, it becomes calculating, harsh, judgmental, and if feeling lacks reason, it becomes blind emotion. Yep, very good. So, just so you guys know, it's not a sexist thing or anything. Arjuna, the devotee, is here referred to as son of Kunti, signifying his mental state as one who is subject to nature. That is, he is behaving not as the soul, but as an ordinary man born of woman. Furthermore, because his masculine good judgment and self-control have given way to feminine emotionalism of unwise sympathy toward the enemy forces, this epithet is also meaning he needs to be reminded that he should behave more like a true son of the noble Kunti, who represents the ardent devotee's power to invoke the aid of spiritual energy in his sadhana, which means spiritual practices or spiritual path. The devotee, following the path of meditation in hope of complete emancipation, realizes that he has to destroy his material tendencies because they militate against the pursuance of the superior soul pleasures. But because of his long familial relationship with these tendencies, he becomes dejected at the prospect and is spoken of as feeling sympathetic towards these dear psychological relatives. What mortal does not feel this tender compassion for self? After all, quote, that's me, that's the way I am, unquote. But the Gita is addressing the true self, the soul, cautioning the aspiring devotee against sympathy for that part of the nature that opposes the soul. It is good to feel good about the good in oneself, but it is bad to feel bad for the bad that should be destroyed. The reason few people see God in earnest, as do the saints, is that millions believe they cannot do without evil, misery-producing pleasures. They are addicted, as in the alcoholic, towards the health-killing drink, but these very persons, if they were to form good habits, would say, quote, we cannot do without the pleasure and peace of meditation. We become miserable now if we have to mingle in our old environments, unquote. Those who cling to their materialistic nature fail to understand why the pleasure-producing senses are inimical to the joy of the spirit. Quote, why, unquote. They ask, why were the senses given to man if he is not to enjoy them? Unquote. This query is supposed to completely floor the ascetic. Let me take a quick drink here. The metaphysical reason for self-control is nothing but a spiritual business proposition. Sorry. Let me bring that back. The metaphysical reason for self-control is nothing but a spiritual business proposition calculated to bring the greatest happiness to man. Just as one must invest a certain sum of money in order to reap a greater gain, so the devotee foregoes indulgences indulgence in materialistic pleasures for the sake of gaining the pure joy of a spirit found in meditation. Man is the image of God within himself, as the tree is hidden in the seed, is the latent unmanifested bliss of the spirit. As roasted seeds do not germinate, so when the seed of consciousness is scorched by the flame of material desires, the innate tree of divine happiness never has a chance to sprout. Therefore, self-control is not self-torture, but leads instead to a soul happiness by withdrawing the mind from indulgence in lower kinds of paltry pleasures of the senses. Man enters a vast kingdom of unending joy. It is the errant chicanery of the malevolent ego that tells man otherwise. Verses 28 to 30. O Krishna, seeing these, my relatives, met together, desirous of battles, my limbs are failing, and my mouth is parched, my body trembles, my hair stands on end. The sacred bow, Gandiva, slips away from my grip, and my skin is afire. Neither can I remain standing upright. My mind is rambling, and O Keshava, Krishna, I behold evil omens. The devotee says to his inner soul guide, quote, because of love for my indwelling, clashing good and bad habits, I am reluctant to kill my kinsmen of the senses who have dwelt so long in my bodily kingdom. My limbs of willpower to exercise self-control are failing me. My mouth of spiritual intuition is dry. I am quivering with mental nervousness. My energies and thoughts shoot towards the senses. The sacred bow of self-control and of spinal perceptions is slipping away, and my mental skin, covering my consciousness, is burning with restlessness. O soul, destroyer of evil, I cannot keep my mental balance. My mind wanders as I face the enemy senses in meditation. I feel a premonition of impending disaster." Unquote. This is a true description of the state experienced by devotees after they traveled some distance on the spiritual path. The beginner yogi in the initial stages of soul contact is eager, happy, satisfied. With further progress, he finds that the sense desires are die-hard inmates of his life. He begins to wonder, even in the midst of divine realizations, if he has been wise in his decision to kill material joys for the sake of gaining spiritual happiness. In such confusion, the devotee tries to split his allegiance, giving half his attention to the body and its sense enjoyments and half to the inner assembly of soul joys. The result of these half measures is that the devotee's limbs of willpower become paralyzed by the disease of latent sense attachment. He feels the dying away of the finer intuitive spiritual perceptions. The taste for material habits, like a fire, dries up the taste for the subtle spiritual perceptions. Counsel for the spirit when initial spiritual enthusiasm dies away. Just as physical fear causes the hair to stand on end, so mental nervousness at the prospect of losing sense enjoyment causes the devotee's thoughts and hair-like nerve energies to flow like streams away from soul happiness towards the region of the senses. During this period of dubiousness, the devotee finds that the astral perception of the spine begin to fade away, as described in the previous stanzas. When one walks or works in any way with the body, he is cognizant of sensory perception, but in meditation, bodily sensations gradually vanish. The sense of physical weight is forgotten, and a strong perception of astral spinal power and of blissful calmness takes the possession of the unconsciousness. But because the devotee is not yet advanced enough to hold on to this state and deepen it, his materialistic tendencies, his karma, or the effects of all his past bad sensory actions rise up in the consciousness. When the devotee then begins to be restless, the spiritual bow of spinal energy and perception, which kills sense attachments with arrows of soul happiness, slips away from the grasp of self-control. All thoughts lose their power of concentration and start to burn with restlessness, even as skin is scorched by an overexposure to the sun's rays. The mind wanders again and again into subconscious experiences, led by samskaras or strong impressions of past wrong actions, and is unable to remain concentrated upon the object of meditation. It feels instead a dreary loneliness and beholds a mental desert created by the renunciation of material joys. When tilling the ground for cultivating crops, the lush growth of useless weeds must first be destroyed. Their disappearance causes the ground to look barren until the time arrives for the invisible potential within the seeds to sprout up into plants and yield a goodly harvest. The field of consciousness is similarly overgrown with weeds of meaningless sense, pleasures, and habits, in the beginning are very difficult to forsake. People would rather do anything to while away their time except meditate. It's true. Witnesses the hour, excuse me, witness the hours lost in movies, card playing, aimless chattering, reading cheap novels or sensational newspapers, watching television. When the guru and the self-control of the aspiring devotee ask him to destroy his mental weeds and to plant spiritual seeds of meditation, his habits suddenly make him see his life as a desolate desert if it lacks the customary weedy abundance of useless activities. In this pitiable state of momentary bleakness, the devotee must cast away all feelings of doubt and despair, and have faith that after the field of consciousness has been well sown with the seeds of deep meditation, they will produce the mystic trees of omnipresence, bearing fruits of undying happiness. It is not the long-established sense, quote, upstarts, unquote, in the bodily kingdom that the devotee owes his loyalty, but to the long-banished soul perceptions. Verse 31. Let's see here. I think I'm going to take just a 5-minute break or something like that. I will be right back. Okay, we are back. Turn all this stuff off. Here we go. All right, so continuing. Sounds like the sound's good. All right. Boop, boop. Here we go. Okay. So, verse 31. O Krishna, neither do I perceive any worthwhile effect in slaying my own kinsmen in the battle. I crave neither triumph, nor kingdom, nor pleasures. Quote, O soul, I do not perceive any beneficial result to be gained by slaying my intimate sense habits. Excuse me. My mind loathes the idea of destruction of sense pleasures. I crave nothing, neither mental victory, nor the kingdom of soul happiness, nor sense pleasures. In this despondent state of mental vacillation, the devotee suddenly makes a negative decision. Quote, I don't see any use in destroying all these sense comforts, quote, unquote. He reflects, quote, I do not crave any empty mental victory. I do not want the kingdom of cosmic consciousness. I do not want happiness either, unquote. The devotee thus turns from a torturing state of bewilderment to the state of negative definiteness. The devotee says to himself, quote, down with both spiritual and sense happiness. I want nothing. I can forego the possession of cosmic consciousness if, to obtain it, I have to destroy the dear sense habits with whom I have long dwelt in my cozy home of life, unquote. This is one of man's favorite ploys mastered early in childhood. Quote, if I have to eat my carrots before I can have ice cream, then I don't want ice cream either, unquote. That's a good point. The plan is that this will be applauded as a great sacrifice worthy at least of pity and better still of favorable compromise. The wise parent does not give in to the willful child. The wise cosmic law is passively unmoved by the devotee's, quote, heroic, unquote, display of negative renunciation. Let me just check something here. Okay. Sorry. Renunciation is a shifting of taste from inferior pleasures to everlasting joy. This state of negative renunciation may occur not only in meditation, as in this context, but also after deep meditation. The devotee who has for some time made concerted spiritual effort, practicing self-denial and regular meditation, may find his complacency shattered when, after a quiet meditation, he suddenly is thrown into restlessness by the memory or samskaras of sense joys. He feels distressed and bewildered, realizing he has neither passing pleasures nor inner joys. Since he has neither, he pacifies his discouragement by proclaiming he wants neither. He doesn't pull himself out of this indifference. He becomes a slothful devotee whose spiritual life will stagnate and die. But if he continues to persevere, he finds that this state is only a momentary vacuum in his sadhana. Renunciation is not an end in itself. Parting with a small sum of money in order to invest it may place a poorer man temporarily in a very awkward financial position, but that small sacrifice may later yield him an immense fortune. The wise devotee similarly knows that renunciation of paltry materialistic passions is necessary to attain the never-ending happiness of spirit. He knows that he is not denying himself anything, but is only shifting his taste from inferior, impermanent sense pleasures to superior, lasting soul happiness, as one should be glad to renounce $100 in order to gain $5,000, so the devotee is happy to renounce sensory pittance for the everlasting joy found in God realization. The divine state of final emancipation is not a state of blank nothingness or a condition of inner extinction. It is, rather, the dimension of a positive conscious state of eternal blessed expansion. Nevertheless, worldly people are seldom impressed by stories of saints who have worn sackcloth and lived in seclusion. Quote, what lives of foolish self-denial and misery, unquote. With this airy summing up, the average man turns his entire attention on the world. Excuse me. To him it appears that happiness must be sought in family life, with its dinner parties, dances, and general stimulation of the senses. The unthinking man does not notice that mankind, busily engaged like himself in chasing the rainbow of lasting happiness, never finds it. Materially minded people suffer from conflicting desires and remain in a mire of sufferings. Saints, on the other hand, are well aware that true and undying happiness can be found only in the inner perceptions of the blissful source of unalloyed eternal joy. Many spiritual, sincere persons reason that renunciation of material involvement, as exemplified by ascetics, is almost an impossibility in the modern world. No saint, however, advises that man has to seek solitude in the Himalayan caves in order to find God. The ideal is to be in the world and yet not of it. Superconsciously awakened men who have meditated long, deeply, and persistently, no matter what their responsibilities or environment, become non-attached to material objects but are not indifferent. The true devotee is not like a hobo, too lazy to make any decent effort to enjoy their material or spiritual prosperity. The yogi who has tasted the extra fine perceptions of soul bliss remain unmoved and without cravings for material pleasures, even though he may move among them. He has reached the true, secure spiritual state. Perseverance produces positive fruits of renunciation. Spiritually weak devotees often do not perceive long enough to know the positive fruits of renunciation, and so give up meditation after a few trials, or even after a few years of heartfelt effort. Plunging again in the eddies of ordinary habits of living, they finally drown in ignorance. The sincere devotee is not misled when the crafty sense-attached mind says to him, quote, "Why give up the pleasures indulged in by most people? Why sit in the dark in fruitless meditation? Go out every day to the movies or social gatherings and have a good time," unquote. The devotee must fortify his good resolutions by remembering the examples of Jesus and the great masters who attained the immortality and everlasting happiness by renouncing the false pleasures offered by man by the Satan of cosmic delusion. Whenever the mind feels a longing to forsake sense pleasures, the devotee should instantly picture to himself the end of his pleasure-loving body, its eventual entry into the earth or the crematory flames. A realization of this inexorable destiny for the body arouses in man a powerful anxiety to get acquainted with his indestructible self, this corner of death, the soul. The meditating devotee who has felt even once the inexhaustible charm of the soul in its eternal relationship with God can never forget the joy of it. This is absolutely true. He may pass through the dreary tests in which he comes down from that state for a while, as typified in the despondency of Arjuna, but as long as the devotee continues to make the effort, the haunting memory of that pure joy will call again and again to urge him forward on the divine path. Verses 32 and 34. Let me just take a quick drink. Of what use to us is dominion? Of what avail happiness or even the continuance of life, O Govinda, Krishna, the very ones for whose sake we desire empire, enjoyment, pleasure, remain poised here for battle, ready to relinquish wealth and life, preceptors, fathers, sons, grandfathers, uncles, father-in-laws, grandsons, brother-in-law, and other kinsmen. If by killing the ego forces I attain dominion over the bodily empire and establish therein the kingdom of God with the soul as monarch, I fear the victory would be meaningless if all my desires, the relatives and supporters of king material desire, are killed by spiritual discipline. How can I be happy? Even with the kingdom of God in my possession, can I possibly enjoy it if I am bereft of all desire? Unquote. The Hindu scripture describes the body as a product of nature with 6 defects of delusion. It is born, it exists, it grows, it changes, it decays, it is annihilated. Most human beings nevertheless expect permanent happiness from this impermanent body. Because of the precedence of the experience of material pleasures, the ego is unwilling and unable to conceive of any higher state of happiness. Even heaven is often pictured as containing beautiful things that please the senses of vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, a place glorified earthly enjoyments. This is true. The devotee who is still bound by the habit of sensory experience clings subconsciously to the notion that divine attainment consists in forever enjoying the kingdom of God with the senses. In the light of intuitional awakening, when he discovers that the soul forces are ready to destroy his material desires, his sensory conditioned logic begins to mislead him. He reasons that if he annihilates the ego consciousness and all its gross sensory pleasures, desires, habits, in order to gain spiritual dominion over the body empire, the victory will be meaningless without these channels of enjoyment. He thinks, quote, "If I destroy all desires, all these forces of king material desire, then no energy or ambition or interest will be left in me with which to enjoy the newly acquired soul-governed kingdom," unquote. Verse 35, "Even though these relatives should try to destroy me, O Madhusudana, Krishna, Still, I could not want to destroy them, not even if thereby I attain mastery over the three worlds. How much less, then, for the sake of this mundane territory of earth? Quote, O my divine soul, destroyer of all difficulties, though these sense desires may try to destroy my spiritual life with their temptations, still I do not wish to slay them, even if by doing so I would attain dominion over the three worlds, physical, astral, and causal. How much less willing am I to kill these, my relatives, for the sake of spiritual mastery over the little territory of the physical body, earth. Unquote. Thwarted in his efforts to delve deep into soul happiness, the devotee loses confidence in his spiritual future. He has already determined that all the golden hopes of eternal happiness pictured by inner wisdom would be empty and useless if desire is slain. Now his subconscious habitual love for sense pleasures leads his power of reason into deeper doubt. He is momentarily not even sure there is a greater happiness beyond the senses. His irrationality asserts itself to the limit as he weighs the tangible against the intangible. Quote, O soul, I should not destroy my favorite present sense pleasures, even if they destroy my unknown future spiritual happiness. I cannot live in the hopes of a perhaps non-existent blessedness and thus lose tangible pleasures that are entertaining me now. Unquote. It's a profound line. It is difficult to forsake any earthly happiness that is present and active in the consciousness that sways the mind with the influence of habit. It is hard to give up the known sense pleasures of the present or for unknown pleasures that may arrive in the future. This is the reason why millions of people would rather eat, drink, and try to be merry today than take the trouble to meditate and make an investment for a future of lasting happiness. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Irrationality of not seeking cosmic consciousness. To be an emperor of the whole earth is not the highest goal man can aim for, because he has to leave it all at death. But to possess cosmic consciousness, oneness with God, the Creator who is able to materialize worlds out of ideas, is an everlasting power given to all supremely advanced souls in the spiritual path. The beginner devotee, nevertheless, may be so much attached to immediate material passions that he passes through these periods of irrational doubt in which he does not crave the bliss and security of cosmic consciousness with its mastery over the three worlds. When this mental state arises in a devotee, when he thinks that he would rather die in sense indulgence than look for an unknown happiness in the bleakness of self-control, he should reason in the following way, quote, I lack spiritual imagination and spiritual experience. That is why I think that this present sense happiness is the only happiness worth possessing. Let me rather believe in the truthful words of the scriptures and of my guru. Let me meditate deeply and attain cosmic consciousness. Then I shall see the difference between everlasting divine happiness and the temporary enjoyment of sensory entertainment. Uh-oh, it sounds like somebody just arrived at my house. I shall then reverse my present judgment and say that I would rather die for spiritual happiness than yield to false promises of the senses. Okay, I'm going to have to quickly check this for a second, so I'll be right back. I apologize for that. Break screen. I love living out in the country. That was my neighbor coming by to tell me that he got 25 bales of hay from a local farmer for pretty cheap, because everything's expensive. You know, you go to the stores or whatnot. So it's nice when people help each other out like that. It's one of the nice things about living out in the country. Still got that old school mindset. One of the reasons I moved out in the middle of nowhere. So verse 36, what happiness could we gain, O Janardana Krishna from destroying the clan of Dhritarashtra. The slaying of these felons would only put us in the clutches of sin. Quote, what strange happiness could be expected by destroying material desire and other offspring of the blind sense mind, King Dhritarashtra? The slaying of these friendly enemies, even though they have committed painful felonies against me, would leave my life dismally empty, and would be sinful according to the highest scriptures, which teach that we should live in harmony with cosmic law, and which also advocate love rather than violence in confronting one's enemies. Unquote. Though through divine intervention, well, this part's called false rationalizations of the devotee's sense-enslaved reason. Through divine intervention, a glimmer of an edifying thought springs up in the mind of the rationalizing, dubious devotee. Quote, these senses are indeed felons, atatayan, are indeed felons deserving extinction because they have already given me physical, mental, and spiritual suffering. Unquote. Indeed. Through intuition, the divine presence thus reminds the devotee that many ills that have come to him through sense indulgences, disease, disillusionment, heartaches, bereavements, and ignorance. Yet the devotees may still argue, quote, O Spirit, deliverer of devotees, although it seems right to slay these inimical senses that have already hurt me, nevertheless, according to the scriptures, we incur sin when we go against cosmic law, and after all, the sense properties are a result of the divinely created forces of nature through which man and the universe exist. Surely it is sinful to interfere with what is only natural to the embodied soul endowed with these sensory instruments. Also, scriptures may say we must love our enemies. It is not better, O Lord, gradually to win the senses by loving example to the spiritual mode of living rather than destroy them? Unquote. And brilliant remonstrance. What better support for false reasoning than quoting scripture? Oh boy. As you see, this is not just a problem in Christianity, right? Quote, have a little compassion and understanding for your weaknesses, which are natural inheritance of all mortals, unquote. This is one of the strongest arguments advanced by the wily sense habits in order to keep the would-be feeling devotee in their clutches. The scriptures and masters do instruct the devotee not to destroy actual senses, but to slay their bad habits. The devotee is not asking to blind his eyes, deafen his ears, nor paralyze his sense of smell, taste, and touch. He is directed only to dislodge the enemies of optical, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, and tactual attachments which keep the soul in prison, forgetful of its omnipresent kingdom. When all sensory attachments, unwholesome lure of physical beauty, love of flattery, and of words of temptation, bondage of greed, attraction of sex, are dislodged from the matrices of the senses, it is then that the senses relinquish their material prejudices, inclinations, instincts, and obsessions, and they become ready to be attached only to divine bliss. When a false argument invades the mind of the devotee, he should suggest to himself, by the reception of my ignorance-born evil actions and bad habits initiated by me, I have been compelled to love sense pleasures. Now I will do all the evils by substituting good actions through now will undo all the evils by substituting good actions through this exercise of self-control until good habits are firmly formed. I will substitute for the evil habit of sensory restlessness the good habit of calmness in meditation. My good habits will so convert my senses that I may truly say that I see, smell, taste, touch, hear, think, and feel only that which is good. Unquote. This is the challenge for the strong-minded, self-controlled devotee. Half-heartedness will not suffice. Lackadaisical measure to substitute good habits for bad habits is as a veritable fortress that will continue to protect evil forces behind the parapets of false reasoning and procrastination. And that, this is a good point because, especially in things like, obsession and addiction and things like that, one extreme will always lead to another extreme. And so what happens is, say someone's an alcoholic or, addicted to drugs or something like that, or anything, and they decide they're going to get off of it, and they do, but then they go right into, like a lot of alcoholics, for instance, eat a lot of sugar stuff after they kind of come off because, a lot of alcohol is sugar. And so is this kind of, and then it becomes like, too much of an extreme on that side. And there's all kinds of stuff like that if you really pay attention to the way people are. And how they sort of they sabotage themselves. They're trying to do something good, but essentially they're replacing it with something else. And so this whole idea of replacing good habits with bad habits is obviously a very good point to be kept in your mind. So verse 37, continuing, therefore we are not justified in annihilating our very own relatives, the progeny of Dhritarashtra or Madhava Krishna. How indeed could we attain happiness by killing our own kindred? Quote, O soul, we are not justified in slaughtering our sense habits, the offspring of our own mind. How could we benefit by destroying the senses, through which alone the mind expresses itself? Unquote. When false reasoning reaches a wrong conclusion and becomes attached to it, the intelligence loses more and more of its discriminative and intuitive powers and instead relies on rationalization to justify its conviction. This is what happened to Arjuna, the devotee. Worldly man reasons not according to truth, but according to his habits. I have diagnosed many psychological quote-unquote patients and have witnessed many curious traits in people when they feel called upon to support their own favorite habits. One student, an inveterate smoker and a coffee drinker, but a rabid vegetarian, was arguing one day with another student who occasionally ate chicken, lamb, and fish, but who strictly abstained from smoking and from drinking coffee. Quote, how terrible of you to eat a decaying carcass, unquote, the vegetarian exclaimed. So you see, they had vegans back then too. I can't see how anyone can eat meat. Think of the poor animal that is killed to satisfy your appetite, and besides, meat is harmful to man's body, unquote. It is impossible, well, quote, it is impossible to eat anything that is not killed, unquote, the other man retorted. Quote, you chop off the head of the cauliflower and eat its boiled carcass. No matter what you eat, you are destroying some form of life and transmuting it in a different form as a part of your own living body. Anyway, the big fish ate the little fish. Why should man not assert his superiority and eat the big fish? Meat is nourishing, but how dreadful you deliberately to inhale nicotine and to swallow caffeine when science tells you they're injurious, unquote. Here both students are arguing according to their influence of their favorite habits. Man, in the behest of director habit, performs like an obedient actor various psychological roles on the stage of consciousness. When he is identified with his good habits and moods, he feels sympathetic towards the performance of good actions and apathetic towards evil actions. But when he's under influence of unwholesome moods and habits, he leans towards evil. This is why, by being an actor of good roles, the devotee acts as his own friend, and by being an actor of evil roles, he unknowingly acts as his own enemy. This stanza of the Gita carries a great ethical warning for devotees, even for those traveling fast on the metaphysical path. Most devotees who sincerely take up the spiritual path do so because they are already imbued with good habits and are so fully inclined toward good. Nevertheless, hidden inner seeds, samskaras, of bad prenatal or postnatal actions germinate under suitable psychological circumstances. The quote-unquote good devotee becomes strongly inclined to do evil. For instance, if a man has formed habits of moderate eating, of regularity in work, in recreation, in meditation, and in mixing in good company, he will feel that that is the only possible life for him. If, however, latent bad tendencies suddenly surface as a result of temptation, environment, or other such conducive circumstances, the man may alter his habits. Suddenly feeling desires for immoderate eating, for irregular habits, overwork or idleness, for disregard of meditation, and for the unholy pleasures of mixing with bad company. So the warning to be inferred from this stanza is that the devotee who suddenly becomes identified with the enemy, bad habits and moods, will find himself sympathizing with and justifying unwholesome actions. By a little psychological analysis of himself, he can discover how apt he is to support equally his good or bad actions when he is under their specific influence. Man is in a dangerous state when he responds to his evil habits as easily, as pleasantly, and as willingly as he responds in a better frame of mind to his good habits. Very, very good point. Verse 38 and 39, even if these others, the Kurus, whose understanding is eclipsed by greed, behold no calamity in the ruin of families, and no evil in enmity to friends, should we not know to avoid this, O Janardana Krishna, we who do distinctly perceive the evil in disintegration of the family? Quote, the clan of the blind sense mind, the manas, is understanding eclipsed by greed, passion, attachment to likes and dislikes, follows its outward wanton inclination in seeking gratification. Because this is the habitual or natural mode of expression of the blind senses when they are not guided by discrimination, buddhi, they behold no calamity in the decay of the human personality and no wrong in their hostility to their true friends, the discriminative faculties. But we, the discriminative forces, do distinctly perceive that evil can befall the consciousness if all its faculties do not perform their functions as a united harmonious family. So we do not turn away from the sin of this battle. So should we not turn away from the sin of this battle, which will surely destroy many members of this family, unquote. The devotee reasons that the sense inclinations are necessary for expression and experience of the incarnate soul, just as much as the wisdom inclinations are, and thus he sees no reason why the one set of sense members of the family of consciousness should be destroyed and the other set of discriminating inclinations should be allowed to live on. It seems unreasonable to destroy the family clan of sense inclinations, since they have their specific functions to perform in the drama of life. So the devotee, in introspection, says to the inner self, quote, O soul, since you are creator and lord of the senses as well as of discrimination, why counsel me to destroy the pleasure-loving or pleasure-giving senses by the wisdom-bringing forces of discrimination? They are both members of my consciousness. How could I live with only the dry wisdom-bringing inclinations, deprived of the company of my merry-making senses? Unquote. Danger of wanting to preserve both good and bad habits. The devotee is cautioned about the overwhelming influence of bad habits from past experience. Bad habits seem to have little fear. They behold no evil consequences, that they will not be able to destroy their psychological kinsmen, the good inclinations. They are strengthened in this conviction as the devotee continues to think in the same strain of sympathy towards these sense habits. Quote, what a pity my favorite bad habits do not see how foolish they are to fight my favorite good habits and thus take the risk of being destroyed, unquote. In this state, the devotee wants to carry on with both good and bad habits. Apparently, they both satisfy him. How quickly he forgets that his sweet-mouthed bad habits, though they belong to his own family of consciousness, stealthily carry them with them the weapons that slay his peace. The devotee at this stage believes that the evil or animal-like, devoid of discrimination, sense-indulging habits could exist side by side with the good habits and thus make the kingdom of life complete. But it is impossible to have harmony and peace as long as contradictory forces work in one's life. Absolutely. The good habits and bad habits, though they are the offspring of the same consciousness, manifest different results. When the devotee asks himself, quote, why can't I enjoy material and spiritual pleasures together, unquote? Such reasoning is tantamount to arguing the reasonableness of using devitalized quote-unquote dope, while at the same time taking an invigorating tonic. The effect of the dope will counteract the effect of the tonic. If, however, one is faithful in taking the strengthening tonic and has the willpower simultaneously to ingest less and less dope, that is one way to freedom from the drug habit. Similarly, those who equally enjoy sensory indulgences and meditational pleasures will not get anywhere for a long time. Quote, a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways, unquote. However, even if one cannot immediately conquer the flesh, he should meditate just the same, for then he will have at least one standard of comparison between the material gratification of senses and the inner fulfillments of the soul. Those who fail to conquer sensory passions and who also give up meditation fall into an almost hopeless condition of spiritual decay. One who meditates daily and cultivates the taste for peace and contentment, gradually forsaking indulgence in sense pleasures, has a chance for spiritual emancipation. A very good habit to cultivate is the one of meditating immediately upon waking from sleep. After that period of meditation, filled with the offerings of the soul, one may enjoy with no feeling of compulsion or sensory attachment the self-controlled use of senses in such pleasures as eating, association with friends, and so forth. In this way, man finds that he is spiritualizing or changing the qualities of all material enjoyments. In other words, if a man caters to his bad habits of greed and eats himself to ill health and death, that is bad. But if he harnesses the pleasure of eating to the power of self-control and moderation, that is good. Recognizing temptations lurking in subconscious mind. I'm going to take a quick drink. The difficulty is that the spiritual beginner and even the advanced devotee, when he temporarily falls into a negative state, can scarcely distinguish between his reason-governed use of the senses and his greed-governed sense appetites. His bad sense habits, even if they appear to be under control and friendly, may be merely waiting for the right moment to destroy him with their temptations. A story will illustrate this point. John, a drunkard, met a saint and made an abstainer's vow. He asked his servant to keep the key to the wine cellar and not to serve him, even at his command, with any liquor. Everything went along satisfactorily for some time because of John's elation over his new resolution. For a while he did not feel the unseen, gripping lure of the liquor-tempting habit. As time went on, John asked his servants to leave the key to the wine cellar with him so that he himself could serve his friends. Then he decided it was too much bother to go to the cellar. He placed some wine bottles in a cabinet in the parlor. After a few days, John thought, quote, Since I am proof against liquor, let me look at the sparkling red wine in a bottle on the table, unquote. Every day he looked at the bottle, and then he thought, quote, Since I no longer care for liquor, I will take a mouthful of wine, taste it, and spit it out, unquote. After he had done this, he had further inspiration. Since I am fully free from liquor temptation, there will be no harm if I have a little swallow. After that, he thought, Since I have conquered the liquor habit, why should I not take wine again at meals? My will is quite unenslaved, unquote. From that day on, John was again a drunkard in spite of his protesting will. A bad habit may be temporarily subdued by good resolution and self-control, but not necessarily conquered. John failed to realize that his resolution had not had enough time to ripen into a good habit. It may take from 8 to 12 years to substitute a good habit for a strong habit. I guess. I don't think it has to take that long. Before the strong good habit is fully formed, a man must not put himself in the way of temptation. John disregarded this psychological law. He brought near him the wine bottle, reviving memories of the drinking habit. To starve out bad habits, one must get away from evil surroundings, and above all, one must never dwell mentally on evil thoughts. Yes, absolutely. The latter reinforces the influence of the former and is more dangerous. One must fortify himself with the right outer environment and the right inner environment. John not only forgot that he should not have brought liquor so near him, but he also failed to recognize the psychological weapons of flattery and false reasoning by which his bad habit defeated his good resolution. The liquor habit remained hidden in his subconscious mind, secretly sending out armed spies of desire and pleasing thoughts of taste. Thus, the way was prepared for the reinvasion of the alcoholic habit. Man is plagued by such soul-humiliating defeats at the hands of his own particular habit until his consciousness is securely anchored in his true divine nature. The sensory functions have their rightful place in man's life only after he has subordinated them by realizing himself as the soul, one with spirit, not a body subject to domination. Verses 40 and 41. With the decimation of the family, the age-old religious rights of the family fade away. When the upholding religion is annihilated, then sin overpowers the whole family. O Krishna, from lack of religion, the women of the family become bad. O Varshnaya Krishna, women being thus contaminated, adultery is engendered among castes. Quote, By destroying the family members of self-inclination, the age-old sense rituals, dharmas, of the family of consciousness will fade away. Because the senses, having thus lost their power to produce sense enjoyment, will cease to perform the rights of their specific duties. With the annihilation of these rights of the senses, which have been the upholding principle of conscious existence, sin, sorrow, and corruption will overtake all of the family members of human consciousness. If we, the wisdom forces, suspend in ecstasy the sense capabilities, then from adharma, a lack of performance of the sense rituals, the sense perceptions, the feminine force or feeling for material things, will become corrupted from neglect and disuse. They will forget and stray from their individual functions or caste and become mixed with indifference, indolence, and confusion. All the sense clan and the rest of the members of the family of consciousness, following the adulterous feminine force of feeling, will similarly lose their distinctive caste characteristics, their individualized powers and functions, unquote. Constituents of the psychological, quote-unquote, family, individualized functions through which the soul interacts with the world. The quote-unquote family refers to the inner and outer forces of cognition and expression through which the ego, or the soul in the enlightened man, is proved with a means of experiencing and interacting with its environment. The members of this family consist of the powers of sight, smell, taste, touch, hearing. The powers of speech and of activity involved in the motions of the hands and feet and in the genital reproduction and rectal elimination muscles, and the mind, manas, which like chariots, reins, holds together the stallions of the senses, the five life forces, the metabolizing, circulatory, assimilating, eliminating, and crystallizing functions of the one life present in the body, and the head of the family, intelligence, buddhi. All are expressions of the one cosmic consciousness of spirit through its individualized self, the soul. Each member of the family of consciousness, with both its inner and outer nature, manifests a characteristic behavior or, quote, performs the ritual, unquote, of a specific function. For example, the duty of the sense of sight is to see, the duty of the mind is to coordinate the senses, and the duty of the life force is to keep the senses, body and mind together in a psychophysical unity. The duty of intelligence is to harmonize the inner and outer forces, inspiring them to live according to the supreme plan of wisdom as behooves the followers of the will of God. Dharma, referred to in these two Gita verses, is often translated as quote-unquote religion or quote-unquote duty. It is a comprehensive term, and it is, for the natural laws governing the universe and man, inherent in which are prescribed duties applicable to given circumstances. Broadly speaking, man's dharma is to adhere to the natural righteousness that will save him from suffering and lead him to salvation. The dharma, or natural law, of a seed is to produce a plant. The dharma, or natural order of the senses, is to provide a means of exchange between the perceiving ego or soul and the objects perceived. The rationalizing devotee in his negative doubting state descends further into misunderstanding as he argues in concern about destroying the natural quote-unquote rights of the senses, which are an integral part of the dharma, or natural order, of the family of consciousness. To be destroyed, not the senses themselves, but the desires for object of the senses. Exactly. The family members to be destroyed by the devotee are not the senses themselves, but the offspring, or inclinations, desires for objects of the senses. There are two kinds of objects. The first kind consists of material objects perceptible to man's outer senses. The second kind consists of subtle objects in the astral world, which are perceived by the Godward moving inner consciousness. The outward objects of the senses breed material attachment. The inner object of the senses destroy this physical attachment. However, long continued association with even the inner objects of sense may divert the mind of the devotee from higher soul perceptions and ultimate realization of God. A caution to devotees who become preoccupied with phenomena and powers. These material and astral objects are perceived and acted upon by 10 senses, by the 5 life forces, and by the mind and intelligence. The action and interaction of these 17 inner and outer forces of perception and their ego-guided soul-governed reaction to the objects of perception arouse in the devotee, accordingly, either good or evil inclinations, desire or self-control, attachment or dispassion, and so forth. The meditating devotee is shown as having arrived at a state in which he feels that, in the battle for self-realization, the growing perception of the inner self, all inclinations of the inner and outer members of the family of consciousness will be annihilated, and that without these inclinations, with their desires for inner and outer objects, the specific functions of the senses, mind, vital forces, and intelligence will be lost. The novitiate devotee who has yet to experience the deeper states of meditation, and even the advancing yogi who has reached the early stages of samadhi, as described by Patanjali and explained in 1:15 to 18, feels some apprehension about the new states of consciousness he is moving toward. An age-old attachment to this familiar family member of inner and outer faculties does not let go easily in favor of an as yet unknown ecstatic state of consciousness beyond the functioning of these powers. God contact destroys harmful sense attachments, but revitalizes the senses themselves. In an ecstatic contact with God, though the soul consciousness is awake and keenly alert, the senses, mind, vital forces, and intelligence remain in a suspended state. The devotee wonders if all these inner and outer functions remaining long in a suspended state will ultimately be annihilated, or rendered impotent or confused. Will the senses, with their natural inclinations destroyed, lose their power to enjoy the outer objects of the beauties of nature and the exquisite inner astral objects perceived during visions, or, being suppressed, become confused and misled by fanciful imaginings or hallucinations? Will the mind lose its power of coordination, and the intelligence its power of determination and discrimination? Such concerns are born of untrue surmises, foolish fears. In the conscious contact of God, the inner and outer members of consciousness, though suspended, do not lose their individual powers or become distorted. Instead, they are doubly recharged in a receptive power from the cosmic battery, the spring of all life. The senses become rejuvenated and develop more subtle powers in expressing their individual characteristics, with enhanced receptions rooted in the knowledge of the unending joy of God. The advanced yogi, far more than a worldly man, is able to enjoy the sensory world, its people, its roses, its skies. Even in sleep, the inner and outer powers are partially suspended as the vital functions slow down and the senses turn inward. They do not die as a result, but are recharged by the accumulated cosmic current in the brain. In conscious ecstasy, samadhi, the true and inner and outer forces of consciousness turn away from their malevolent, devitalizing wanderings over the land of matter and return to the presence of all rejuvenating God. As these inner and outer sensibilities move in the deepest tracts of spirit and become wholly engrossed in God, they are invisible and imperceptible in the God, imperceptible in the body. In Revelation, the last book of the Bible, 1:17, St. John described this state of ecstasy, saying, quote, "And when I saw him, I fell at his feet as dead," unquote. When John received the Spirit, he did not become unconscious, but his expanded soul consciousness kept vibrating in his astral body above the physical body and was hovering over the latter as it remained in a trance state of suspended animation. So he speaks of perceiving his physical body as dead or in a death-like, restful, deep trance, but not dead as human beings understand the term. One can revive his bodily consciousness at will from the trance state, but not from the mysterious bourne of death. The state of ecstasy, attained by consciously passing beyond dreamless sleep to the superconsciousness, and ultimately to cosmic consciousness, not only rests but reinforces the inner powers with limitless keenness and vitality and divine wisdom. The man of realization develops extraordinary powers of clairaudience and clairvoyance. The mind comprehends everything intuitively. The intelligence is no longer guided by fallible human reason, but by unerring divine wisdom. It is as ridiculous for a person to fear that his various powers will be annihilated by entering the superior ecstatic state of God union as it would be for him to fear the extinction of any of his powers by their nightly state of suspended animation and sleep. And yeah, I mean, I definitely would agree with this last paragraph here. I mean, the man of realization develops extraordinary powers of clairaudience and clairvoyance. The mind comprehends everything intuitively. And yeah, I mean, the further you go along, the more big picture kind of situations you just see, you know what I mean? And like, it's not even, you don't even have to try, you know, you watch a situation happen, you're like, oh, this again. I laugh at a lot of situations now, you know. I call this, you know, everyone has these moments in time when there's like, you know, everything goes wrong, you know. You spill your coffee, you stub your toe, your shoelace breaks, you get a flat tire, all these things. And like, when that kind of stuff happens, I used to get frustrated about these things, but now I laugh at it because I refer to it in a way as like the cosmic joker, you know. It's like, it's like the universe is like, you know, throwing a little curveball at you, just to see how you're doing. Verses 42 and 43. The adulteration of family blood consigns to hell the clan destroyers, along with the family itself. Their ancestors, by being denied the oblations of rice ball and water, are degraded. By these misdeeds of the family destroyers, producing admixtures of caste, the time-old rights, dharmas of the caste and the clan are annihilated. Quote, if the self-denial activities of the wisdom forces destroy the clan of masculine sense inclinations, then the feminine sense perceptions will become a mixture of castes, precipitated by the intermixing of the distinctive powers and functions or caste characteristics of the senses with discrimination and of their outer with their inner forces. The clan-destroying wisdom forces, as well as other remaining members of the family of consciousness, will find themselves fallen into a living Hades of inner loneliness and meaningless. Yeah, look around at this modern world. Without the stimulation of the senses, the discriminating faculties will become weak from lack of use and will not make the proper offerings to inspire the family ancestors, ego, soul, intuition, to bless their offspring, the family of consciousness. Quote, by this disruption of the natural external activities of the faculties of consciousness and by their ultimate suspension in samadhi, surely all the rights, activities of the family of consciousness will be annihilated, unquote. Devotees fear that subjecting sense faculties to soul discrimination will create psychological problems. The devotee continues to add new arguments to his same trend of rationalization. As he tries to make up his mind to engage in a battle to destroy the senses, that is, to withdraw in meditation his wisdom and life force, which enliven the senses, he now expresses apprehension lest his discriminative faculties suffer disintegration owing to their lack of interaction with the senses. If the wisdom faculties are not utilized in the normal enjoyment of the senses, but are made to reside in the inner sanctum of the soul, will not the wisdom faculties along with the sense faculties be thrown into a Hades of loneliness and meaningless? His assertion, furthermore, is that in ecstasy the family rights, dharmas, the accustomed functions of the sense and wisdom faculties will be annihilated if the faculties lose their quote-unquote caste, or distinctive characteristics by a mixing of family blood, the mixing of external faculties of consciousness with their inner proclivities, and are intermixing in the sense and wisdom propensities. The absurdity of such a conclusion that the family of consciousness suffers disintegration in ecstasy was exposed in the commentary on the two previous verses. The truth of the matter is quite to the contrary. The negative feminine sense pleasures, the feeling or experiences of the senses, are guided by the positive masculine sense capabilities. If the masculine sense faculties desire material achievement, creative ability, initiative for material enjoyment, are destroyed in their battle with the discriminative faculties, then the feminine or feeling, quote-unquote, sense faculties, material pleasures, attachment, delusion, sense slavery lose their, quote-unquote, caste, consciousness of materiality and submit to the inner proclivities of the discriminative faculties. That is, when the spring of sense activities, sense desires, are destroyed, the feminine sense perceptions lose their material edge and guiding spirit, owing to the powerful influence of the discriminative tendencies. The whole clan of sense faculties thereby becomes not extinguished but enlightened by this domination of the wisdom faculties. But the devotee, in his state of confusion, falsely reasons, as described in the two preceding verses, that after the wisdom of faculties have destroyed the masculine sense inclination, the feminine sense pleasures will merely become adulterous with indifference, indolence, and confusion, leading all the family of consciousness into a caste admixture, or loss of their distinctive functions. The devotee's irrational imaginings warn that not only will the senses lose their inherent faculties, dharmas or rights, to enjoy pleasure, but their vanquishment will cause the discriminative faculties also to lose their distinctive external functions from lack of interaction with the senses. And then both the sense clan and the discriminative clan of the family of consciousness will find themselves in Hades of meaningless existence. This error of reasoning is born of the attachment of the devotee's mind to the world of sense pleasures. When he withdraws his wisdom faculties from the enslavement of sense pleasures, he at first feels an emptiness, but when he goes deeper into meditation, his discriminative faculties consciously enjoy a new world of superconscious bliss found only in soul contact with the infinite. The yogi, inwardly performing the true, quote, ancestral oblation, unquote, elevates the entire psychological clan. The quote-unquote ancestors of the family of human consciousness are the soul and its faculties of the inner seeing ego, intuition, and so forth. These ancestors are degraded into ordinary human sense consciousness unless they perceive from the wisdom faculties a flow of inspiration and inwardly turned life force, water, and regular offerings of vital spiritual enthusiasm, rice balls. When the vitality of concentration and wisdom is developed, it inspires the soul and the intuitional powers. The inspired soul, in turn, reinforces the wisdom and intuition with all-seeing powers. I need to take a quick drink. But the devotee persists in his erroneous conjecturing. Quote, if I destroy these sense inclinations, the discriminative faculties will be starved from the lack of action. Emaciated wisdom will fail to inspire the soul. The uninspired soul will cease to illumine men. Thus, human wisdom will degenerate." Unquote. The baseless fears of the devotee are suggested to his mind by the forces of king material desire. Their skill in argument is equaled only by their duplicity. The advanced yogi, firm in meditative self-control, performs the true ancestral ceremony. He astrally disconnects the life force from the sensory nerves. It begins to flow inward and becomes focused at the point between the eyebrows, forms into an opalescent light. The inward astral flow and the inner light are the oblations of the human wisdom to its ancestors of the soul, divine ego, and intuition. Human wisdom must offer these vitalities to the soul faculties. Without the oblations of inwardly flowing life force and spiritual perceptions, and of the light of the spiritual eye, the soul faculties remain dormant, degradingly undeveloped. Instead of being doubtful or despondent, the seeker of God should be glad to consign all sense pleasures to limbo in exchange for the lavish treasures of the soul. And with purest devotion and mastery of pranayama, he should perform the true ancestral rite of offering oblations to the enlightenment-bestowing soul. Verses 44 and 46. 44 to 46, sorry. O Janardana Krishna, often have we heard that men devoid of family religious rites are most certainly committed to reside indefinitely in hell. Alas, actuated by greed for the comfort of possessing a kingdom, we are prepared to kill our own kinsmen, an act surely entangling us in great iniquity. If, weapons in hand, the sons of Dhritarashtra kill me, wholly resigned and weaponless in the battle, that solution will be more welcome and beneficial to me. Quote, those men in whom the sense and wisdom faculties no longer perform their accustomed rites of habitual body-bound behavior are surely consigned hereafter to a hellish life of corroding inner boredom and torturing emptiness. Yet out of greed to acquire sole possession of the kingdom of consciousness, in this uncertain hope of some future better gratification, we, the discriminative forces, are willing to incur the sin, unhappy existence, of killing our sense kinsmen. It would be better for me if the armed children of King Dhritarashtra, the sense inclinations of the blind sense mind, were instead to slay me in battle, unresisting and unarmed. Unquote. The beginner yogi, forced to be quiet in meditation, to peer behind the screen of darkness, often wonders if he is not being foolish to relinquish the tangible pleasures of the senses for a possible glimpse of the presently intangible pleasures of the spirit. While he is captive in this negative state of mind by past bad habits and karmic influences, he feels disinclined to arm himself with the austere laws of self-control. Quote, soul pleasures are a matter of future speculation. He finds himself believing, I would be foolish to give up present tangible joys. My life will be sunk in constant misery by the destruction of my God-given sense pleasures so easily available to me right now. Later on, I may be more ready to meditate deeply and to seek God more pointedly. I still have to take another drink. It's been a long read. Surrendering to the demands of the senses does not satisfy them, but rather creates insatiable desires for further sense experiences. Sense pleasure is like a drink of hemlock, which instead of quenching thirst only increases it. Soul pleasure, though hard to attain, when once gained is never diminished. It knows no satiety and yields ever new joys. The despondent devotee thinks, quote, it would be better fate for me to meet disillusionment and death from the senses, like all other worldly people who travel through life unarmed by any weapon of self-control, rather than to be involved in a devastating battle between the discriminative forces and the sense proclivities, unquote. He thus concludes, quote, I will refrain from further practice of meditation. I will not use the weapon of life control, pranayama, to destroy the magnetic attraction of the senses. It does not matter if I am overpowered by the material instincts and suffer at their hands. I simply will not become a semi-paralytic, a half-dead individual deprived of all desires for material things, unquote. In this state of mind, the devotee is dissatisfied both because of his lack of spiritual progress and because of his long separation from his accustomed sense habits. These ready arguments of self-pity show why self-discipline demands not only the forswearing of indulgence in wrong pleasures, but also, with the sword of wisdom, the destruction of thoughts of them from the sense-sympathetic mind. At this unpropitious moment, however, when the inner self is urging the devotee to destroy even the mental or imaginary gratification of sense pleasure, he reacts childishly by rebelling against all modes of self-discipline. The devotee should now relax and not be too strict in disciplining the unruly child, his unconvinced mind. This state is finally overcome by concentrating upon the peace born of even partial renunciation and reasonable effort and meditation, enjoying moderate appeasement in wholesome sense pleasures. In addition, the devotee should use a little spiritual imagination to visualize the lasting joys of spiritual attainment. When he finds himself bothered with doubts, picturing a holy victory with his mind, a deserted battlefield full of the corpses of wisdom-slain material desires. Dear friends and relatives, he should rather think of the habitual material desires as enemies in disguise. They promised him happiness, yet planned to give him only worries, insatiable longings, broken hopes, disillusionments, and death. Although it is hard in the beginning for him to give up the kinds of material pleasures that obstruct the expression of the soul, renouncing such evil is in his only hope of gaining lasting spiritual blessedness. And while self-control in itself, in the negative state, produces momentary unhappiness because of the separation from pleasure-yielding bad habits, after self-control achieves its end, the devotee experiences finer perceptions and joys of the soul, far superior to those he knew when he lived identified with the ego and its gross pleasures. The devotee is amply compensated for any sacrifice made when he at last attains the peerless, ever-new bliss of the soul's awakened spirit. Verse 47, Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, Arjuna, having spoken thus on the battlefield, his mind disturbed by grief, flinging away his bow and arrows, sat down on the seat of his chariot. Arjuna, or self-control, casting away his bow of meditation and the ignorance-piercing arrows of inner powers, remains at a standstill in the middle of the psychological, metaphysical battlefield, though not actually leaving the chariot of intuition. It often happens that unless the devotee has sufficient spiritual power to quiet his doubts, he feels himself to be a weakling, unfit for battle. Full of grief and casting away his divine weapons, he indifferently settles on a piece of intuitive experience, seats himself in the chariot. The chariot represents intuitive perception, the vehicle in which the devotee's discriminative forces engage in psychological and metaphysical battle with the sense hordes. The seat of the chariot on which the devotee settles himself in withdrawal from battle signifies the particular powerful sense perception which at the moment has been strong enough to cause his spiritual dejection and refusal to fight. If devotees do not progress, it is because they discard their weapons of self-control. A discouraged devotee often gives up all self-discipline when he does not attain spectacular achievements in the spiritual path. He refuses to meditate, avoids his spiritual instructor, teacher, or lessons, and drifts into a mental dimness, spiritual indifference in which there is only an occasional glimmer of intuitive perception. This lackadaisical state of mind should be remedied by regular meditation and constant discrimination against the sense mind's false arguments. All is far from lost so long as the devotee thus strives to attune himself to the guidance and grace of the divine charioteer, who in the next chapter of the Gita comes to the aid of the devotee. Om Tat Sat, in the Upanishad of the Holy Bhagavad Gita, the discourse of Lord Krishna to Arjuna, which is the scripture of yoga and the science of God realization. This is the first chapter called The Despondency of Arjuna and the Path of Yoga. How about that? We made it through the first chapter. 228 pages later. Wow. I mean, it's amazing. You know, I think the first video I did, I just read it just straight right through, and I think I did it in one go. It is pretty incredible, the amount of hidden knowledge, or what some people would call occult, right? But this hidden knowledge, it's right on the face of it, right? These few lines have so much information packed into them. It's pretty powerful stuff when you have somebody as realized as Paramahamsa Yogananda. I mean, this is what a gift, and there's quite a few people, saints and masters out there that have written down some really amazing breakdowns of some of these things, and so I'm very appreciative of this, and I hope you guys are too. And again, if you want to check out some of the classes and methods and various other things that the self-realization group, that organization he created. Check out the Yogananda.com. And you can scroll through it. They have all kinds of stuff. So, Chapter 2, Sankhya and Yoga, Cosmic Wisdom and the Method of its Attainment. And each of the different sections. So we'll just get right into it. With Arjuna basking in the illumining smile of spirit and attuned to the inner divine voice, the sublime spiritual discourse of Bhagavan Krishna to Arjuna, the Lord to the devotee, begins fully to unfold. The song of the spirit, that in the 700 verses of the Gita encompasses the essence of the ponderous four Vedas, the 108 Upanishads, and the 6 systems of Hindu philosophy, a universal message for the solace and emancipation of all mankind. Unquote. Chapter 2, Sankhya and Yoga, Cosmic Wisdom and the Method of its Attainment, the Lord's exhortation to the devotee and the devotee's plea for guidance. Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, Madhusudana Krishna, when addressing him whose eyes were bedimmed with tears and who was overcome with pity and discouragement, the Lord, who is the destroyer of ignorance, now comes to the aid of the distraught devotee Arjuna, whose tear-bedimmed eyes plead for consolation. These tears are not only from memories of sense enjoyments lost through intense spiritual discipline and to be forever renounced, but are also the devotee's expression of grief for not having advanced far enough on the spiritual path to be showered with ecstatic bliss. In this state, having gained happiness neither from the senses nor from meditation, the devotee weeps, quote, I give up tangibles for intangibles, now I have nothing, unquote. Of its very nature, the despondency is a longing for spiritual progress. If there were no such desire, there would be no regret over lost sense enjoyments, for they could be returned to instantly, their ready availability being indigenous to life itself. Therefore, the first chapter of the Gita is referred to as, quote, Arjuna Vishada Yoga, unquote, or the sorrow involved in the devotee's initial effort to attain scientific union, yoga, with God. The second chapter opens with a better outlook for the devotee. After the dismal state of being thrown into doubt and the inability to gain happiness either in the forsaken senses or in the state of meditation, the devotee suddenly feels a great inner sympathetic response. This development comes about as a result of one's past and present hard, steady work in meditation. Spirituality is generated slowly, sometimes imperceptibly. Even the meditating devotee feels that his attempts at controlling the mind are fruitless, yet if he continues with zeal, believing in the words of his preceptor, he suddenly finds responses from God, intimated through his long silent meditation. A thrill passes through his entire being from this sudden ecstatic contact with the divine, symbolized in this stanza as the response to Krishna. God talks through the devotee's awakened intuition. Spirit does not necessarily talk through the lips of a form in a vision or a materialized human body, but may intimate words of wisdom through the medium of the devotee's awakened intuition. God may counsel a devotee by assuming the form of a saint, but usually he adopts the simple method of speaking through the devotee's own intuitive perception. Mind and intelligence perceive and enjoy the 5 different kinds of material sense pleasures. When the 6th sense, intuition, the God-attuned all-knowing faculty of the soul, is suddenly awakened as a result of the spiritual meditating habit, the devotee feels a blissful exhilaration throughout his entire nervous system. His tears of despondency turned into tears of joy that shut out the vision of the external world and rivet the devotee's mind on an indescribable internal happiness of divine communion. Thus far, the devotee's sense-enslaved mental faculties have been wandering in rationalization. Now a calmness or spiritual surrender and a perceptive devotion settles over the distress consciousness. Truth-revealing intuition beyond thoughts, perceptions, and inference expresses the inexpressible spirit and soul and their nature of supernal bliss. It silences the ego's strong and mental assertions, false convictions under the influence of erroneous judgment, self-sufficiency, imagination, false hope, attachment to desires and expectation of fulfillment, conviction invaded by doubts, fallacy upon which the ego has built its existence and its obstinacy in persisting in these delusions. Intuition, the voice of spirit and its imminent manifestation as the soul, begins an unfoldment of revelations that ultimately will quell all doubt and establish the consciousness in its true self. Verse 2, the Blessed Lord said, "In such a critical moment, whence comes upon thee, O Arjuna, this despondency, a behavior improper for an Aryan, disgraceful, detrimental to the attainment of heaven?" Having felt God's response, the devotee's consciousness soars to the transcendent Kudastha state, attunement to the Kudastha Chaitanya, the universal Krishna or Christ consciousness. The presence of spirit immanent in all creation and individually manifested in each being as the soul whose voice is intuition. Spirit speaks to the devotee through the intelligible intuitive voice. Quote, "O devotee Arjuna, prince of self-control, why are you overcome by dejection? These relatives are your fierce enemies and have but one purpose, to destroy your soul's peace. To feel pity for them is an un-Aryan, which is not befitting a noble saint." Aryan, it basically means noble, essentially, in Sanskrit. A disgraceful treachery to the soul, a weakness that will tie you to the nether spheres of bodily limitations and deny you the heaven of blissful omnipresence. Any sincere, persistent devotee can feel within in meditating on the urgings of spirit, but it is evident that the devotee must be far advanced in the path of meditation before he can prevail on the infinite to vibrate its presence through an intelligible voice of counsel. Such a devotee has already gone through a great many battles with the senses and has attained a high spiritual state before being blessed to hear the voice of God made manifest through etheric vibrations. A devotee who has once reached the exalted state of consciousness might be supposed to be completely free from all attachment to his lower nature. However, owing to past incarnations of ignorant identification with the body, even an advanced devotee may temporarily lose sight of the divine state and consequently feel a miserable longings for the fulfillment he has renounced. God comes to the rescue of the faltering devotee. At this time, spirit, ever conscious of the aspirant, comes to the rescue of the devotee, who then hears the voice of God pleading with him from within. Thus it is that this stanza describes Spirit, or Lord Krishna, talking to Arjuna, the true devotee, who, through self-control, has procured God communication. Speaking through the power of intuition, the Lord rebukes Arjuna for despondency. The Spirit points out to the aspiring yogi that the senses, through proximity, has established themselves as his relatives, but as enemies can pose as friends and thus gain entry to one's home, so material desires, the great enemies of man, can reside apparently harmlessly within his consciousness along with his true friends, the spiritual faculties. These senses appear friendly because they promise a temporary intoxicating pleasure in the flesh, but in the end invariably bring misery. The first effort of spirit is to strike at the root of the devotee's momentary lapse. The pity Arjuna feels for his relatives, the devotee's sympathetic rationalization in favor of the senses, is the channel of exchange between the material and spiritual forces. The Spirit warns the devotee not to sorrow over the senses, to lower a drawbridge of pity over the moat that separates the wisdom-castled soul, and the segregated inimical senses is to permit psychical enemies to break through the ramparts of self-control and overrun the fair inner kingdom. Instead of feeling pity, the devotee should rouse the ardor of psychological battle until every inordinate desire of the senses has been completely annihilated. To sympathize with evil is ultimately to hand over to it the throne of one's consciousness. Do not let evil be done through others by your command, and do not tolerate evil by silence. Non-cooperation with evil is the best way, without making a pretentious display of your own goodness. A true devotee will not foolishly attract evil states unto himself through sympathy with them. He who feels sorrow for lost sense happiness and who dares to sympathize with it allots to a lower place the superior, lasting happiness he has known in meditation. Such an ignorant reversal of values is a disgraceful thought for a devotee. Krishna thus refers to this weakness as un-Aryan, an attitude unbecoming of one of spiritual nobility. A wise man feels pity for the banished good qualities, not for the ostracized evil qualities. Man's life is a paradox. He is the soul made in the image of spirit, which can be satisfied only with divine pleasures. Yet bodily incarnate, he is familiar only with sensory experiences. placed as he is between the material and spiritual, he must use his endowment of discrimination to distinguish between the real soul pleasures and the illusory pleasures of the senses. Krishna says, quote, "If you want to know the joy of heavenly consciousness vibrating in every cell of the ether, do away with the sense attachment," unquote. Heaven, quote unquote, in this stanza, consists of the limitless spheres of divine consciousness as contrasted with the nether region of bodily limitation. Every soul that is imprisoned by the senses is an omnipresent child of heaven, serving out a jail sentence of bodily existence. When the soul is identified with spirit, it feels itself as one with the joy of limited space. When the soul, as ego, limits itself to a particular body, it is pitiable, cabined, cribbed, and confined. The soul, identified with the body, loses its consciousness of omnipresence and becomes identified with the trials and misfortunes of a small ego. As the ordinary man consciousness dwells in the brain and heart, so God's consciousness dwells in the universe. As human consciousness is felt in every cell of the body, so God's intelligence dwells in every cell unit of space. The devotee who is constantly responsive to bodily sense gratification is unable to spread his consciousness into the space cells and thus share the vaster joys of the space dweller, or spirit. Dulled by material pleasures, man loses all fine sensitivities to the rarefied joys of spirit. Thirsting for the physical enjoyment, circumscribed within the walls of the body, such a one fails to visualize the attainment of omnipresent heaven. If one loves the bodily prison, how can he attract the divine experience of living in the joy of God resplendent in every atom of space? Yeah, and I'll go out on a limb and just say that that's the whole idea of, the quote, new earth and all that other stuff in the Bible itself. And I mean, it's, the kingdom of heaven is within you, right? But yet all these writers wanted to make it seem like it's this other place when realistically what he just explained here is essentially the exact same idea. You don't, there's no, the earth isn't going to get turned over and then this celestial kingdom will come down. Like, that's not what it means. It's not what it means at all. Verse 3, O Partha, son of Pritha, Arjuna, surrender not to unmanliness. It is becoming to thee, O scorcher of foes. Forsake this small weak-heartedness. Arise. Quote, O devotee, son of renunciation, surrender not to behavior that is unbecoming to the positive nature of your true self, the soul. O scorcher of foes, use your fiery will of self-control to overcome this frail weak-heartedness resulting from your attachment to sense habits. Arise, lift yourself from the sense strongholds to the higher spinal centers of divine consciousness, unquote. By the devotee's continued meditation, divine guidance becomes more and more intangible. God manifests his presence to the devotee through a profound peace, joy, or wisdom is felt in the thousands of sensory channels in the inner lining of the body and is encompassed cuticle. In this state, the advancing devotee is intuitively instructed by the spirit as he hears within the voice of the infinite. In referring to Arjuna as Partha, son of Pritha, the inner voice is reminded the devotee's prince of his inherent power of renunciation that can save him from his present weakness if he but exerts his will. Pritha was a beautiful, virtuous daughter of the great king Shura, grandfather of Krishna. Pritha's elder brother, Vasudeva, was Krishna's father. When she was a very young girl, Pritha was given in adoption to Kuntiboja, Shura's childless cousin and close friend. Because of her willingness to leave her own father to fill the emptiness of the throne of her foster father, Pritha metaphorically signifies the power of renunciative will of the devotee. When she became the child of Kuntiboja, Pritha was thereafter called Kunti, the excellent heroine of the Mahabharata, mother of the noble Pandu princes Yudhishthira, Bhima, and Arjuna, and the stepmother of Nakula and Sahadeva, all sired as a result of Kunti's power to invoke the gods. Thus, spiritually interpreted, Pritha becomes Kunti, signifies the devotee's power to invoke divinity gained through a dispassioned or renunciative will. Partha, the power of renouncing all that is contrary to the nature of the soul. Excuse me. Let me just take a quick drink real quick. Every man has the power to resist the influence of his sense-identified, habit-bound existence. This power of renunciation does not involve any loss of to the devotee, but gives him opportunity to remove and forsake all those things that retard his spiritual progress. As Pritha renounced a noble father in response to fulfilling a higher duty, so the devotee does not hesitate to reject the guidance of his dearest bad habits that display a fatherly interest in subjugating his will. The inner voice says, quote, forsake attachment to the senses. Use the power of renunciation to relinquish all unmanly qualities. Do nothing that goes against the grain of the soul, unquote. And, quote, unmanliness, unquote, signifies that which is unbecoming to the positive aspect of the soul. To be unmanly is to be either negative or indifferent. The devotee in a negative state of mind has lost sight of his manly positive will factor. Without the positive action of will, the devotee succumbs to unmanly neutrality, the condition that has overtaken Arjuna. The spirit therefore warns him not to be neutral. That state is worse than negativeness. In the negative state, he attaches neither to God nor to the senses. His entire powers of activity are paralyzed. It requires some mental activity to even entertain negative thoughts, but in neutrality of mind, the devotee becomes incapable of any activity, good or bad. The spirit warns him about falling into such a state of inertia, wherein the desire for good or evil uniformly vanishes. Yogic Interpretation, quote, arise to the higher cerebral centers. The encouraging inner voice intuitionally urges the devotee, quote, O thou scorcher of sense foes, with thy fiery will, arise, lift thyself from the lower planes where sense attachments dwell up to the higher seats of consciousness of the spine, unquote. The word arise is well chosen. With this command taken literally, Krishna seeks to arouse Arjuna to positive dutiful action befitting his true soul nature. The key to the deeper spiritual implication is in the epithet scorcher of foes, referring to Arjuna's symbolizing the power of the fire element in the lumbar center, or Manipura chakra. Life energy and consciousness flowing downwards and outwards from this chakra energize the two lower centers. These three centers then become associated with all sentient body consciousness. When instead, by the power of Arjuna or self-control in the lumbar center, the fire energy is turned upwards, concentrating life and consciousness in the higher centers, the whole being becomes spiritualized. Though all sensations are felt in the brain, they appear to be localized in certain points on or within the skin covering of the body. The entire skin surface possesses various kinds of sensitivities. Taste is perceived by the mouth and sound through the eardrums, touch with the skin, sight through the eyes, and smell by the nostrils. The materialistic man identifies his consciousness with these outer sensibilities. The devotee does away with the, quote, living on the skin surface, unquote. He is tired of gambling with sense pleasures. He withdraws his consciousness from the coccygeal, sacral, and lumbar plexuses with control the lower sense inclinations into the dorsal and cervical centers roams even further into the high Christ center. The dorsal is the divine love and life energy control center. The cervical is the oceanic vibratory and divine calmness center. The Krishna or Christ center, the Kudastha, at the point between the eyebrows, is a focus for the Kudastha Chaitanya or the Christ consciousness, which is the intelligence, the reflection of spirit within every atom of creation and circumambient space. I almost read that flawlessly. A man who is mentally negative or neutral or identify with sex thoughts or other sensory preoccupations find his consciousness operating outwardly through three lower centers of the spine. He is said to be, quote, living on the skin surface, unquote, because his consciousness is bounded by the periphery of his own small body. Whenever anyone feels divine love or spiritual vitality, his consciousness has reached the dorsal center. During the contact of the cosmic vibratory energy and cosmic calmness, the devotee roams in the cervical region. An experience of the ever-new bliss felt in meditation means that the devotee is functioning in the Kudastha Christ center. The mind of Arjuna has been wandering in the delusion-localized sense centers on the skin surface. Spirit, felt as the ever-new bliss of meditation, is therefore sending him an intuitive call. O devotee, do not wander lost in the garden of the sense sirens. They promise a little honey of pleasure in the beginning, but are poised with unending sorrow. Come back to the castle of inner perception in the higher spiritual centers where joys are pure and inexhaustible. Without yoga meditation, there is little hope of overcoming the lower nature. Without deep yoga meditation, in which the devotee trains the mind and life force to remain concentrated in the higher spiritual centers of expression, there is little hope of the sensory self-control necessary to overcome the bad habits that constitute one's lower nature. Habits, according to psychologists, are both mental and physiological. To conquer temptation, the devotee must not only drive evil from the mind, but should also draw his mind by training it through self-control and meditation from those sense centers on the outer surface of the body, which give rise to mental temptations. Physiological sense habits with mental cooperation become mental habits solidifying into psychological habits. Bad habits must therefore be driven from the senses as well from the mind. Think no evil, and come in contact with nothing that can give rise to evil thoughts or to thoughts of evil. Which again is why we see such a huge push in this idea that, with the rampant materialism and public relations and propaganda and the whole 9 yards. I mean, it's just crazy. I have to take another quick break. This one might be a little bit longer because I have to feed my cat. So I'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes-ish, something like that. Be right back. And we're back. That's not too loud, I hope. There we go. And here we go. All right. Let me just make sure that the sound is going good here. I think it is. Yep. All right. So, let us get started. Verse 4. Chapter 2, Arjuna said, "A slayer of Madhu, or O destroyer of foes, Krishna, how can I in this war direct arrows against Bhishma and Drona, beings who should be worshipped?" The rationalizing thoughts of self-control responded to the inner voice of intuition. Quote, "O slayer of demon of ignorance and of inner temptations, how can I, in this psychological war, loose the arrows of my determination against my psychological grandparent, Bhishma, ego, and my preceptor, Drona, past habits? These are venerable mentor tendencies, originators of my past or of my present mental states. How frightful to destroy them by spiritual renunciation and by the arrows of yoga meditation." Unquote. The devotee, reluctant to destroy habits and ego. As previously cited, the various characters mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita symbolize the different psychological states with which a devotee is identified. When the devotee is identified with the restless mind, he is spoken as being in the desireful, quote, Duryodhana state, unquote, very difficult to control. The state in which the devotee is concentrated on the human instincts and the prenatal tendencies, samskaras, born of past life habits, is said to be the, quote, Drona state, unquote. When the devotee forgets his true soul nature and is identified with the all circumscriptions of the mortal body, then he is in the ego or the Bhishma state. During meditation, when the life force and the mind are withdrawn internally, the partially interiorized state of self-realization is spoken of as the Arjuna state or state of self-control. As the yogi withdraws his mind within and his sixth sense intuition begins to develop, he finds himself pulled towards the vastness of his soul. He gradually loses sight of all mental and physical boundaries. At this time, the devotee feels a certain fear, like a person on his first airplane flight, when he has left behind customary landmarks and is soaring into a wall-less ether. When he only half climbed the spinal centers of inner perception, the Arjuna state of self-control, being in the third or lumbar center, he is afraid to look at the roofless infinity towards which he appears to be headed. He loses sight of the physical ego consciousness. This does not signify the loss of consciousness, but only the forgetting of the confinements of the human ego. Discovering this eliminability, the devotee begins to be fearful of losing all human traits. This state signifies the killing of Bhishma, the venerable psychological relative, the ego, or grandfather of all mental tendencies. In this inner meditative state, the devotee also finds himself rising above all habitual instincts and tendencies, no longer seeking mundane happiness. This state signifies the killing of Drona. In this stanza, the meditating devotee is described as being filled with the memory of the vanishing ego and of those habits and instincts that have become so, quote-unquote, natural to him. He is reluctant to use the darts of his inwardly retiring life force through pranayama and of his controlled mind through pratyahara to destroy his association with his ego and his so-called pleasurable sense habits and inner tendencies, in order to gain the native but deeply profound pleasures of soul expansion. To take the mind from the senses by meditation means the devotee must involve his self-control in a psychological war in which the retiring life force and concentration act as arrows to destroy the venerable, ignorantly worshipped physical ego and the inner habitual tendencies that keep man in the state of delusion. Verse 5. Even a man of beggary would be more salutary for me than a life marred by slaying my high-souled preceptors. If I do destroy these mentors who are intent on wealth and possessions, the objects of the senses, then surely here on earth all my would-be enjoyment of material happiness will be dreadfully blood-stained. I would feel, quote, I would feel much better as a conscience-free beggar than as a king who has destroyed his preceptors, ego, and prenatal habit instincts. If I annihilate these chief inmates of my mental kingdom, then for the remainder of my life, whatever wealth of glory, sense comforts, and fulfilled desires I have will be bloodstained. I shall see them as permeated with evil vibrations that will repulse me from any enjoyment of my hard-won psychological and spiritual victory. It would therefore be better to live by begging pleasure from the senses than for the sake of an otherworldly spiritual kingdom to destroy my lifelong masters, ego and past habits, who have guided and shaped my destiny throughout incarnations." Unquote. In ordinary consciousness, the ego is guiding principle of thoughts, feelings, and aspirations. It molds desires and ambitions according to the influence of habits. The ego and the bodily habits are thus the preceptors of all human activities. Why egoistic habits are so tenacious? The stanza points out the persistent power of the ego habit delusion that assails the advanced devotee. At this stage, he is still reiterating, as in previous stanzas, his fear that a spiritual victory will mean a desolate existence. Without ego and habit inclinations, the guardian stimulators, preceptors, and counselors of his mental tendencies, will he then, for the remainder of his life, look upon all material things and sensory experiences as being permeated with evil vibrations, i.e. bloodstained, in contradistinction to his victorious soul state? The answer, of course, is no. Evil lies only in the misuse of the powers and products of nature. Yeah, I agree with that. The sense touched by the bliss of the soul will spiritualize their perceptions. The enjoyments of the quote-unquote wealth of possessions will be unsullied by attachments. The inclinations, habit-free, will seek fulfillment in the noblest achievements. But even though the devotee knows this as a promise in the scriptures and from the lips of God-knowing souls, his attachment to the influence of the ego habit stubbornly persists, woven as it is into the very fiber of human nature. All bad habits and their enjoyer, the ego, are very tenacious and monopolizing in their claims on human beings. No matter how pernicious in its effect a habit is, it is hard to remove because of the ego's attachment to it. When a person sincerely tries repeatedly to get rid of a bad habit and does not succeed, he becomes despondent and cannot summon up the courageous thoughts. Bad habits almost paralyze the will. The victim helplessly thinks, quote, "What is the use of trying?" Unquote. Mental slavery to a sense habit is the result of continued repetition of the specific act that gives birth to a particular habit. By attentively thinking about a certain thing every day, an individual makes that thing a part of his consciousness. When a habit becomes an integral facet of one's thought, it becomes, quote, second nature, unquote. This second nature is so powerful it convinces one that he can never get rid of his own nature, even if in exchange he were to receive a whole world of superior satisfaction. How many people are convinced that they cannot sacrifice even a little sleep to attain the high bliss of meditation? Or just time, for that matter. Some think that they can never give up living on the sex plane, even if they received in exchange the ever-new joy of eternal God. Others are sure they could never give up one iota of attachment to family, friends, fame, or any portion of material success in order to acquire divine bliss, because most people have no true basis of comparison. They cannot separate sense pleasure from their conception of soul pleasures. Continuously catering to sense demands, they thus involve themselves in ever-growing dissatisfaction, disillusionment, and suffocating their inner afflictions. And interestingly enough, this is where the whole law of diminishing returns kind of comes in, right? I mean, you have a favorite thing you like to do, and if you do it too many times, it becomes not so much your favorite anymore. And that seems to be the case in pretty much all aspects of life and what they're talking about here. And the, ever-growing dissatisfaction, disillusionments, and all that other stuff. Because it is true, when you overindulge in something, it becomes not so good as you once enjoyed, or how you once enjoyed it. Which should tell you about its fleeting nature. So, continuing. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Only when one pleasure after another fails him does man finally begin to wonder if, after all, happiness is possible through the senses. This thought has a liberating effect. Man tries to find joy in meditation, in silence, in wisdom, in service, in contentment, and in self-control. He forsakes the old restless pursuits or desires with their concomitant noisy actions, ignorant behavior, and sense slavery. When a man discovers that sense joys are not a synonym for human happiness, he then sincerely wishes to get rid of his practical senses parasitical senses, his so-called relatives, who apparently offer him solace and sympathy and yet continually practice deception. Understanding the true nature of sensory pleasures. The determined yogi, imploring the aid of divine guidance, begins to disentangle himself from the ego habit cords of his second nature. By learning to differentiate clearly between body and soul, which is self and not self, and why metaphysically sense pleasures are not considered pleasures at all, since they produce only the illusion of happiness and ultimately end in sorrow. These delights, in reality, are felt as pleasurable only through an act of imagination by the soul, created by the interaction of the sense mind with the objects of the senses. Man can truly be happy only within his soul nature of bliss, omniscience, and wisdom. He can never be contented by imagining himself to be happy because the senses are happy. A mother, for example, might be able to resist the sensation of hunger during a food shortage in a besieged city by saying, quote, "I am happy if my starving child eats," unquote. If, however, she continues to go without food, she finds that her hunger is being satisfied only in fancy and not in reality. Sense identification, similarly, is very delusive. It makes man believe only in mind and imagination that he is contented with sense indulgences. Therefore, it is important to understand why sense pleasures are not true pleasures and why soul pleasures are real happiness. First of all, the sensations of beauty, melody, fragrance, taste, touch are not experienced on the skin surface, but in the brain. The sensations of the taste of a strawberry is felt in the brain as a mental reaction evolving from the contact of the fruit with the surface of the tongue. When the mind identifies favorably with the sensation of strawberry flavor, it likes it. However, the taste of strawberries was at first very unpleasant to me. I had to acquire a taste for them, and now I like them. My mind was influenced by seeing how much Americans enjoy them. Therefore, no one can say generally that strawberry flavor is pleasing. Everyone agrees, though, that sensation producing by burning or physical blows cause uncomfortable feelings and thoughts in the body, in the brain, therefore are called painful sensations. Other sensations that are not necessarily painful are not necessarily pleasurable either. By mental training, the so-called most pleasurable senses can be made very repulsive to the mind, and, conversely, the most unpleasant or even painful sensations can be made pleasurable. Thus, the need for soul discrimination rather than ego habit in the guiding the blind mind in its contact with objects of sense. The need for soul discrimination in guiding the blind mind in its contact with objects of sense. Much of man's suffering in this world is caused by his inability to discriminate between good sensations and bad ones. Any sensation of the body whose ultimate effect on consciousness is suffering, remote or immediate, must be termed bad. Any sensation that impresses on the consciousness lasting peace is good. A sensation may cause initial displeasure, but it may carry with it an ensuing consciousness of peace, or a sensation may produce momentary satisfaction, and thus wrongly be thought to be good, while the lasting effect will be suffering. Whether a sensation is good or bad cannot be judged solely from the thoughts and feelings that flow immediately from its contact. Only by careful and patient discrimination and watchfulness can the true nature of a sensation be clearly detected. Therefore, it is prudent to follow the guidance of the spiritually wise, or to wait and find out through one's own deeper powers as to whether the first impression of a sensation is lasting or temporary. Sincere or hypocritical in its behavior, it is very difficult to distinguish between good and bad, friendly and unfriendly sensations, because both use disguises. Out of ignorance, people accept the first impressions that a good or bad sensation presents to them. Thus, they welcome and desire to repeat pleasant sensations and try to reject unpleasant ones, regardless of the immediate or long-term end result. One repetition of an action or mental conception allows the law of habit to take hold. The mind becomes greatly prejudiced in its judgment as to what is good or bad. All sensations that are harmonious to our sense organs and are favorably interpreted by the mind as soothing or pleasurable are given ready shelter by their mental host. But no sensation of sight, sound, touch, smell, taste should be luring or enthralling enough to enslave the mind. It is when the mind becomes attached to a sensation that it develops a correspondingly pleasing idea in the brain. This pleasant idea about a sensation causes an individual to repeat his experiences with that sensation. When a sensation is constantly repeated, it causes a repetition of its corresponding pleasing idea. This liking idea becomes grooved in the brain and fixed in the mind as a mental habit. This, or vikalpa, for instance, thought construct, right? This mental habit, formed by repeating a pleasing idea that evolved from a sensation, is what causes the attractiveness of sensations. Just as everybody is more or less in love with his own ideas about things, whether they are right or not, so also the mind likes its own personal collection of mental sense habits. The mind can contact sensations only through thoughts. In the ultimate analysis, sensations are nothing but relatively different thoughts about God, thought things. The dream state is the best analogy. The enjoyment of encountering the sensation of ice cream in a dream is nothing but an idea that is pleasurably enjoyed by another idea. The idea taste of ice cream is reacted upon by another idea of pleasurably enjoying it. The consumer of ice cream, the mental reaction, the sensations accruing from consciousness of a dream mouth and palate tasting the ice cream, and the resulting pleasures are all made of nothing but relative ideas. Hence, it cannot be assumed that the sensation of ice cream in dreamland is pleasurable, except that it is an idea that is liked by another idea. One lesson that God tries to teach us through the experience of dreams is that we should recognize the dream nature of this seemingly real world. All sensation-producing objects are materialized ideas of God, which create the ideas of pleasure or pain in our mind. We should stop being fooled into thinking that the sensations of touch, smell, taste, sound, and sight have pleasure in themselves. There is no enjoyment in sensations except as we react favorably and pleasurably toward them. The soul, the individualized image of spirit, is not imposed by these ideas or sensations, as is the mind. The soul is self-born, with inherent bliss-producing qualities. Contentment, ever-new joy, omniscience, omnipotence, omnipresence are not acquired qualities, but are an integral part of the soul. Hence, the devotee who is engrossed in these soul qualities is enjoying real lasting happiness belonging to his own true self. Hence the whole idea behind self-realization, right? As there is a difference between the self-born contentment of one's mind and the happiness issuing from the external stimulus of beholding a long-lost dear friend, so also the bliss of meditation is self-born, whereas the ego's enjoyment of a sensation is due to identification with the bodily senses. To take the mind from the senses by meditation is to destroy the physical ego and habit tendencies. The venerated patriarchs of the state of delusive ignorance, in order to regain the true joy of self-born in the soul. Verse 6, I can hardly decide which end would be better, that they should conquer us, or that we should conquer them. Confronting us are Dhritarashtra's children, the very ones whose death would make our life undesirable. The devotee thinks, quote, I do not know the right standard for decision. Is it better for the sake of my happiness to surrender to the senses, or to conquer them by soul discrimination? Destroying the desired children of mind will leave nothing to live for, unquote. Worldly people decry sense renunciation as a method of torture, not realizing that their sense slavery is excruciating to the soul qualities. That is such a true statement. Even the resolute devotee questioning for soul joy wearies now and then of the requisite constant self-discipline. But disciplining the senses is essentially well-being for every stratum of life. As servants of the soul, the senses should be trained always to please it. When the wisdom of the soul is overpowered by the vagaries of the impulse-directed, habit-blinded senses, the result of this anarchy is misery. Though the senses in unison cry, quote, please us and never mind the soul, unquote, man nevertheless finds himself unable to satisfy their ever-increasing demands. The sense consciousness, active from birth in human beings, early established its domination. Even to the advanced devotee, soul happiness seems exotic, while sense joys appear familiar and indigenous. But behind the clamor of the senses lie the silent calls of the bliss-demanding soul. The law is, greater the false sense happiness, the weaker the soul happiness. The life energy that flows outward in the nerves to the five senses makes sensory experience attractive to man. When he is asked by his guru to reverse the flow of life energy and to withdraw his mind and energy from the senses, that instruction appears to be bizarre, impractical, and perhaps even irrational. Man moans, quote, oh, what is the use of living at all if I have to deny myself the tangible joys of sense indulgences, unquote. Only a sense slave finds it torture to eat moderately, to control the sex urges, to abstain from intoxicants. Even a well-balanced worldly man, not to mention a saint, knows from practical experience how necessary for well-being is a discipline of the senses. The sense slave eats to satisfy his palate and ultimately finds himself the victim of disease. The soul urges man to discipline the palate. After a short period of demonstrations of outraged dignity, the palate gives no further trouble. Like a good servant, the sense of taste learns to be satisfied with the wholesome decisions of its master, the soul. The senses disregard the bliss of the soul and try to be happy by making the soul miserable. The soul, on the other hand, does not seek to torture the senses, but to relegate them to their true station of man's servant, not master. Verse 7. With my inner nature overshadowed by weak sympathy and pity, with a mind in bewilderment about duty, I implore thee to advise me what is the best path for me to follow. I am thy disciple. Teach me, whose refuge is in thee. Quote, weak thoughts of commiseration with the senses have so overpowered my real nature that I do not know whether my duties lie in leading a self-controlled existence by destroying my sense kinsmen or in making the senses happy. I implore the spirit within me to tell me decisively, a duty-confused individual, what is for my highest good. O Lord, I am thy Shishya, disciple, taking refuge in thee. Unquote. The devotee, after egotistically pleading the cause of the senses, at last is filled with remorse and acknowledges his ineptitude. He prostrates himself in humble surrender before his inner self, or before his guru or preceptor, if he has one, thus demonstrating both his need and his sincere desire for divine guidance. The devotee feels that although he is naturally drawn to his sense relatives, still he is intuitively devoted to the glimpses of soul peace as he felt during deep meditation. Sometimes clinging to the memories of sense comforts and sometimes inclining towards soul bliss, he reaches the supreme act of renouncing faulty self-determination in favor of impeccable wisdom. In this state, the devotee becomes open or receptive to his inner self and to his spiritual guide on earth, the first stage of obedience to higher principles. Pardon me, I have the cough. Sorry about that. In this state, the devotee becomes open or receptive to his inner self and to his spiritual guide. By tuning into the instruction of the invisible spirit within through the intuition of the soul, and by following faithfully the advice of his guru, the devotee can get out of his mental entanglements. The purpose and value of a true guru. The primary state of meditation, the voice of inner silence lacks clarity, hence the advice of a spiritual guru is highly desirable. He gives the disciples a sadhana, whose guidepost and practices by which the devotee is led unerringly. The devotee should listen eagerly to the guru, learning from him the deep truths of soul development. It is easy to misinterpret the inner voice or to act against it, but no such excuse exists for not heeding the definite counsels and warning of a true guru. Even in a hermitage life, many spiritual novices are tormented with inner weaknesses and mental doubts. They undergo a sort of psychological tug-of-war between good and evil. Evil may seem alluring and good dryly unattractive. At this time, the doubt-inflicted student throws himself at the feet of his preceptor and says, quote, Master, I do not know the way. You, who would know, must instruct me, your disciple. Unquote. The advanced devotee who has a penitent, all-surrendering attitude towards God and who meditates deeply and persistently will gradually intuitively feel response from the inner silence. So long as egoism puffs up the devotee, he may cultivate a false pride in his own strength. Quote, I myself will gain heaven, unquote, he may think. Or, quote, I will enslave God himself by my meditation, unquote. To the proud, the highest spiritual realization does not accrue. Only in the valley of inner humbleness do the floods of divine mercy come and remain. This is true. In India, the masters teach only extremely willing, self-surrendering disciples. There is no coddling or coaxing of church members, no lack of administrating the disciple or the discipline when discipline is necessary. The true master does not have an eye on his disciples' wealth. Therefore, he talks freely for their good and is not afraid of their leaving if admonished. To this stanza, the Gita illustrates how the bewildered, doubt-drenched devotee must humbly take refuge in the uncompromising advice of inner self and his guru preceptor. Verse 8, chapter 2, I behold nothing that will do away with this inner affliction that pounds my senses, nothing, not even my possession of an unrivaled and unprosperous kingship over this earth and lordship over the deities of heaven. Quote, I am unable to see anything in my spiritual vision by which I can become free of this haunting mental affliction of attachment to sense pleasure. It pounds away at the sense organs and stimulates them to incessant activity. I feel that even if I gain a prosperous and an adversary-free kingship over this earth, the body, and mastery of the inherent subtle forces of life, the deities or heavenly astral powers that enliven the body, still I would not get rid of attachment to the senses and could not without devastating sorrow even think of relinquishing their pleasures. Unquote. In the previous stanza, the devotee expresses his desire and need for divine guidance. He continues by emphasizing his feeling of being hopelessly bound by attachment to the senses, seeing no way to be free of them. He is saying, in effect, quote, it cannot be done, even if I possess a bodily kingdom that has no enemies and is prosperous with health and well-being, I will still be attached to the senses, for without them, such a perfect kingdom would be virtually inanimate, devoid of both perception and expression. As long as I dwell in the body, I would have to communicate and experience through the senses. I would thereby continue to be dependent on them, and thus to enjoy the pleasure they give. Why, then, do I have to engage in a battle against these, my dear supportive relations and friends? Unquote. The quote-unquote earth stands for the perishable body. Its prosperity is health, well-being, and happiness as a result of freedom from its basic threefold troubles. These three veiled or inner rivals of the welfare of the bodily kingdom are as follows. 1. Impaired inner subtle life forces, causing bodily ravages and disturbances in the form of clots and disorders of bodily heat and respiration and pancreatic action, digestion. 2. Bad karma, or the influences of past wrong actions. Unless these seeds of action lodged in the brain are roasted by the fire of wisdom, it is difficult to reap the desired fruits of newly initiated action. For example, if one has a karmic tendency towards physical weakness carried over from a past life in which he disobeyed health laws, and he strives for health in this life, he may not get enough results from his present actions to bring about the healthy condition, unless he also destroys the prenatal karmic seeds of ill health tendencies. And number 3, samskaras, of bodily identification and sense attachment, compelling inclinations of past habits of the delusion of body limitations and of evil tendencies of sense attachment that create insatiable desires which burn out the bodily instruments, destroy peace, and give untold miseries to the soul. Threefold deliverance from these bodily adversaries mean freeing the body from disease, from susceptibility to the irritations of the universal opposites, heat and cold and so forth, and from the devastation of old age, conditioning the mind to hold the consciousness of health and other perfect attributes of the soul, thus making the body feel an ill-accomplishing, ever-growing vigor of mental youthfulness. Thus making the body feeling an all-accomplishing, ever-growing vigor of mental youthfulness, and liberating the body from slavery to the samskaras of bodily limitations and sense attachments, and from the consciousness of death by beholding the corporeal form as a dream of God, a shadow of the indwelling immortal self, the soul. When the body is purged of the threefold disturbances, as it is spoken of as, quote, free from rivals, unquote, or enemies. This desirable state is attained only by practicing the eightfold yoga, embodying the prescriptions and proscriptions of self-discipline, posture, mastery of life energy or pranayama, mental interiorization, concentration and meditation, and ecstasy. Through yoga, the body becomes ripe with wisdom and spiritual power and invulnerable to physical maladies through the yogi's control over atomic vibrations. Acquired by contacting in meditation the cosmic vibration of Aum, the source of all powers of life, this state is known as, quote, gaining spiritual prosperity on earth, unquote. This stanza depicts the depth of material attachment in which the devotee is sunk, even to the extent of being ready to abandon the efforts that would assure him a wisdom-permeated, disease-free body. Preferring sense-instigated actions in seeking health and well-being, he ignores the wisdom of acquiring the power to control the bodily atoms and life itself, a power by which man may understand the body to be a dream shadow of the ever-perfect deathless soul. In the mentally depraved state, the devotee inclines towards his love for sense pleasures to such a degree that he is willing to forego even the idea of attainment of divine bliss. When a good thing is abhorred and an evil thing is craved, the man possessing such thoughts is in a dangerous state. He is quite likely to plunge into material indulgences, oblivious to all liberating aspirations. Unless this state is quickly removed by deeper meditation, the devotee is sure to fall from grace and to lose himself in delusion. Verse 9, Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, the blind king, having thus addressed Hrishikesha, Krishna, Gudakesha, Parantampa, Arjuna, declared to Govinda Krishna, quote, I will not fight, and he then remained silent. This stanza reveals a peculiar psychological state in which the devotee is sufficiently developed to behold spirit as the lord of the senses and is far enough advanced to be spoken of as the conqueror of ignorance and the tormentor of the sense enemies through the fire of self-control, yet has not attained an unshakable determination to subdue the senses. He remains mentally inactive, neither advancing spiritually nor going backwards. All these experiences are revealed by introspection, Sanjaya, to the sense-inclined, wisdom-blind mind, Dhritarashtra. When the devotee becomes spiritually blind, the sense-bent mind is delighted, expecting an easy recapture of the devotee from the soldiers of self-control. But introspection also reveals to the prematurely rejoicing blind mind that the fall of the devotee may be only temporary. Introspective discrimination reminds the blind mind that though the devotee remains inactive at present, undecided as to whether or not he will meditate, yet he has already proven himself to be potential, quote, conqueror of ignorance, unquote, and a habitual, quote, scorcher of the senses by the fire of self-control, unquote. In this stage, the devotee beholds the glory of the spirit as the sustainer of the body, the senses, and the cosmos. Yet, owing to the subconscious pull of bad habits, he is not fully awakened for action. The devotee realizes that he is a conqueror of ignorance and has the ability to destroy, with self-control, his sense inclinations. Yet he feels pity for his once dear habits, which turned into enemies when he became spiritually inclined. Unable to decide and finding the pole between virtue and vice of equal strength, he remains without further efforts at meditating, inwardly saying, quote, O God of the universe, I will not go through this pitiable task of this slaughter, unquote. Verse 10, O Bharata, Dhritarashtra, to him who was lamenting between the two armies, the Lord of the senses, Krishna, as if smiling, spoke in the following way. The advanced devotee who has found himself in the uncompromisable position between the sense soldier of the ego and the discriminative warriors of the soul, who is lamenting the necessity for renouncing sense habits and who has therefore become indecisively inactive, surrendering himself passively to the infinite, beholds the spirit come to dispel the gloom of doubt with the gentle light of his smile and his voice of wisdom hearing through intuition. Those devotees who, during the invasion of doubt, completely give themselves up to spirit in inner silence and submission are able to perceive the indescribable, all-purifying light of God playing across the firmament of their inner perception. When the mind remains neutral while beholding the two opposing armies of self-control and sense temptation, it feels sad and discouraged. But the devotee who offers absolute resignation to the divine will hears the voice of spirit speak to him through the wondrously strange whispers of his intuition. Only devotees who have led a clean spiritual life, proper eating, right behavior, and deep meditation, and have thus attained advancement are fortunate enough to behold the smile of spirit and to hear his voice of wisdom. Even though such a devotee is temporarily not advancing, if he surrenders completely to God and lifts his consciousness from the senses and focuses it at the Kudastha, Krishna or Christ center, between the eyebrows, he will hear the instructive etheric vibrations of spirit, the secret sounds of emancipating vibrations. In the elevating state of Krishna or Christ consciousness, the devotee actually hears the voice of spirit vibrating into intelligible, instructive words in the etheric expanse of his mind. As one's consciousness whispers silent words of advice, so the spirit vibrates words of counsel to the yogi's mind. This is why the Vedas, the wisdom scriptures, are spoken of as Shruti, quote, that which has been heard, unquote. The whispers of mind are different from the whispers of conscience, and different from both is the voice of spirit. The mental voice is nothing but the vibrations of an undecided sense mind. The voice of conscious is that of a discrimination and inner wisdom. But the voice of God, from which prophecies come from, is the presence of an infallible intuition. With Arjuna thus basking in the illumining smile of spirit and attuned to the inner divine voice, the sublime spiritual discourse of the Bhagavan Krishna to Arjuna, the Lord to the devotee, begins fully to unfold. Quote, the song of spirit, unquote, that in the 700 verses of the Gita encompassing the essence of the ponderous four Vedas, 108 Upanishads, and the 6 systems of Hindu philosophy, the universal message for the solace and emancipation of all mankind. The next section is the eternal transcendental nature of the soul. Verse 11. The blessed Lord said, Thou hast been lamenting for those not worthy of thy lamentations. Yet thou dost utter words of lore. The truly wise mourn neither for those who are living nor for those who have passed away. Quote, your heart is shedding tears of blood for those whose deaths merit no grief. You justify your sorrow with arguments from the lore of ages, but the truly wise, endowed with celestial knowledge, do not allow their discernment to become besmirched with the foul delusion of viewing as reality the restlessness called life, and the seemingly endless sleep in the gloom of the grave called death. Unquote. To speak like the wise and to behave like the ignorant, is it not contradictory? The devotee, under the influence of delusion, experiences the state in which he can utter words of wisdom even while he is acting like a simpleton. Yogi novices may speak as if they were calm with wisdom, while in reality they are motivated by restlessness. Between the words of such a person and what he is, there is an unabridged gulf. One ought not to be a hypocrite in anything. There should be a connection of equality between one's life and the expressions of one's thoughts. A devotee who is willing to relinquish the high joys of the soul kingdom rather than destroy the beloved sense enemies may assume an affection of a man of wisdom and renunciation. May assume the affectation of a man of wisdom and renunciation. His state is one rather of a dejection and cold feet. Mental weakness is never wisdom, but a sign of deep subconscious attachment to the ego and its delusive pleasures. He who cannot stand firm in righteous behavior before a test of the Almighty loses the right to speak as a wise man. And what of the many people in the world who, while speaking words of wisdom, are sunk in unbecoming misery and worries of their own making? For the merest trifle, if they so much as miss breakfast, lunch, or dinner, their calmness is stressed. The test of man's wisdom is equanimity. Exactly. Little stones that are pelted into the lake of consciousness should not throw the whole lake into commotion. The moral here is that one must relinquish the mental state of playing the roles of Jekyll and Hyde, of talking like the wise and acting like the ignorant. This duality must be avoided by acting wisely as well as speaking like the wise. The illumined devotee synchronizes his actions with his utterances and follows the good advice he may often give to others. Right, because otherwise, why would you listen to such a person? Be anchored in the changeless. To forsake the ignorant double life, the devotee should not be stirred by the restless changes of life, nor fearful of the momentary calmness of so-called death, suspension of physical activity. This is what is meant by the wise mourning neither for the living nor the dead. The wise do not indulge in grief for things that are inevitably changeable and evanescent. Those who always weep and complain that life is filled with bitter things reveal the narrowness of their minds. In God's consciousness, all worldly things are trifles because they are not eternal. The distressful changes in life and death seem real because of man's sense of possession. Quote, my body, my family, my acquirements, unquote. This is God's world. Death reminds us that nothing belongs to us except that we are as souls. To be identified with the body and its surrounding is to meet time and time again with the frightful changes that bend one down in unwilling submission. The dance of life and the danse macabre must be unchangeably immovable, unswervingly perceived from the safe anchorage of soul consciousness. The unsettling devotee only talks like one immovably anchored in spirit, but those resolute devotees who deeply practice the technique of yoga, concentration, But those resolute devotees who deeply practice the technique of yoga concentration become riveted to the supreme unchangeable state of spirit. They master the restlessness that is synonymous with a mortal life and experience consciously the complete calmness or silence accompanying freedom from identification with the body. When such a devotee reaches this immutable state of perfection, he witnesses all the changes of life and death without being moved by them. Identification with the waves of changes leads to misery. For to live and to find pleasure in the unchangeable is to be separated from the eternal. The wise, therefore, are not tossed with the ups and downs of the waves of happiness and misery. They dive deep into the spirit ocean of bliss, avoiding the storms of delusion, the waves of change that rage on the surface of human consciousness. The state of constant calmness, the neutralization of restless thoughts, is attained by the continuous practice of meditation and by keeping the attention fixed at the point between the eyebrows. In this state of calmness, man witnesses the thoughts and emotions and their workings without being disturbed at all, reflecting in his consciousness only the unchangeable image of spirit. Those who look at the surface of the sea must behold the birth and death of the waves, but those who seek the depths of the ocean behold one indivisible mass of water. Similarly, those who acknowledge life and death are tossed by sorrow, while those who live in the illimitable superconsciousness behold and feel the one ineffable bliss. The contrasting experiences of dreamland are tricks of one consciousness. During the state of sense-conscious dream, a man beholds its sorrowful and delightful changes with one part of his subconscious mind. With another part, he beholds himself as the dreamer witnessing the dream. Similarly, the wise man in his inner self perceives the one undiluted spirit as the dreamer of his cosmic dream. Apart from the excitement of the dream cosmos, in his outer consciousness he learns to witness the awesomeness of death and all the sad and joyous experiences of life as nothing but contrary events in God's cosmic dreamland. Attainment of oneness with God in cosmic consciousness bestows the ultimate perception in which all the differences of dream life melt into one everlasting joy. Forget the past, for it is gone from your domain. Forget the future, for it is beyond your reach. Control the present. Live supremely well now. It will whitewash the dark past and compel the future to be bright. This is the way of the wise. Verse 12. It is not that I have ever before been incarnated, nor thou, nor these other royal ones, and never in all futurity shall any one of us not exist. I have bloomed before the garden of life, even as now. You and all these royal ones, here come more, blossomed fragrantly in lives long gone, all barren trees of future lives, with buds of our reincarnated souls. Erstwhile did we abide in formless form, in spirit's everlastingness, and thither do we wend again. In the transient realm of time and space, there is a constant change or cessation in form and expression, but the essence within these changes endures. Everlasting is the soul of man, the true self, and the soul of the universe, Kudasta Chaitanya, the Krishna or Christ consciousness, the thou and I expressions of spirit. Permanent also are the principles of nature and the spirit essentials of being or manifestation. Quote, these are the royal ones, unquote. In some form or another, all this and has been shall ever be. This concept is developed further in 2.16. A mortal has the consciousness of duality, which seemingly separates the, quote, parent from both the past and the future. Through the operation of the law of relativity, duality that is structurally inherent in phenomenal creation, a mortal man in a particular body is convinced that he is living only now, as essentially distinguished from a life either in the past or in the future. He is circumscribed by his experience that he and all his contemporaries are living only now. Excuse me. And sharing and caring mentions King Solomon, which, yeah, that's a good point. So let's continue. The truth is that man lives in an eternal now. The emancipated devotee rightly realizes the eternal now through his omnipresent God consciousness. The immortal man expresses the eternal now through a punctuated series of lives whose settings alternately are the physical world and the astral world. Not only has man existed in some form of an intermediate past, but so long as he is ignorantly identified with his body, either the gross physical body or the subtle astral body, he will continue throughout an indefinite future to re-inhabit fresh bodies. That's interesting, too, because the mathematics itself has come to the conclusion that time doesn't exist. So there you go. This whole idea of this omnipotent now in mathematics is actually a real thing. Not only has man existed in some form, I already read that, yeah. Reincarnation, it signifies not only a change of residence by the soul form from one body to another body, but also a change in the composite expression of the ego from one state of consciousness to another state of consciousness within one lifetime. A man of 50 years, for instance, might introspect and say to himself and to his present consciousness, i.e., quote, you and I, unquote, and to other noble thoughts, the royal ones, that he has existed before in the states of childhood, young manhood, maturity, and so forth, and that if his body lives for a few more decades, he will continue to exist in another states in the future. In this sense, one can live many lives in one lifespan, simultaneously conscious of all the different lives or habits of life encompassed in that one incarnation, with no imposition of the forgetfulness of intervening death. The soul, or Krishna, the preceptor of Arjuna, possessing cosmic consciousness, the ever-awake consciousness uninterrupted by death, could perceive all the stars of its series of reincarnations as they twinkled in the firmament of the eternal now consciousness. Krishna therefore points out to Arjuna that all mortals who appear now to be separate individuals, one's self and one's contemporaries, are mere cause and effect expressions in bodily form of desires carried over by the ego from the past, previous lives, and that all new desires engendered now by the ego would be required to find expression through new bodies in the future. Krishna, the spirit, asks the devotee to rise above the law of causation and mortal desires which chain man to a series of inherently painful incarnations, and to become established instead in the eternal freedom of his immortal soul. Verse 13. Thanks, sharing is caring. I was watching Marty's stream for a little bit there, but I couldn't watch the whole thing, so I got a little shout on Flat Earth British. Verse 13. As in the body, the embodied self passes through the childhood, youth, and old age, so its passage into another body. The wise threat. Oh, let's see here. The wise. What in the world? Threat. I think this is a typo. Wise. Oh, okay. The wise threat or not. Let's see here. As in the body, the embodied self passes through childhood, youth, and old age, so it passes into another body. The wise thereat, are not disturbed. I've been reading for too long. I think I'm going to have to stop this in about a half hour. The ego is continuously conscious of itself. In childhood, youth, and old age, the embodied soul is uninterruptedly conscious not only in infancy, adolescence, and old age, but also of its series of lives and deaths. The ego's alterations between the physical and astral worlds, the soul perceives all the bubbles of states of consciousness floating in the past, present, future river of time. The ordinary man, without severing his sense of I-ness or ego consciousness, gradually perceives the states of infancy, youth, and old age. A sage perceives the series of lives and deaths to be different experiences in the uninterrupted consciousness of soul perception. A mortal does not experience the prenatal and post-mortem continuity of consciousness. He therefore sees the past as dark and the future as unknown. But a meditating devotee shifts his consciousness from the changes of birth and death to the changeless being in whose bosom all changes dance. That would be Shiva. He beholds all prenatal, postnatal, and post-mortem changes without emotionally affected by them. This unattachment ensures the devotee of an everlasting changeless happiness. Those who are engrossed in the change delusively expect permanent happiness from the changeable sense world. The The wise do not expect to reap everlasting happiness from friends, beloved family, or dear possessions. The forms of loved ones are snatched away by death. Material objects turn out to be meaningless when one becomes used to them, or when, in old age, the senses grow unappreciative, powerless. The concentration on the immortal spirit through meditation and find there a harvest of eternal new peace. Verse 14. A son of Kunti, Arjuna, the ideas of heat and cold, pleasure and pain are produced by the contacts of the senses with their objects. Such ideas are limited by the beginning and end. They are transitory. O descendant of Bharata, Arjuna, bear them with patience. Quote, when the frail senses wantonly consort with the sensory objects, a motley throng of pain and pleasure, of warmth and chill, dances wildly through the temple of life. The individual dualities in these troublesome crowds revel or sigh for a while, then finally die, leaving traces of confusion in the sanctum of the soul. Fear them not, however strong and predurable they may seem. They come and go like bubbles on the sea of time. Ignore them, or bear them with a brave, cheerful heart and an even mind. Quote, O devotee, as you are the son of Kunti, born of nature, striving to call forth the power of renunciation and divine ardor, the feminine quality of feeling still grips your consciousness. Make it susceptible to dualities. But within you, awaiting divine arousal, is the positive masculine power of cosmic consciousness, your ancestral inheritance as a descendant of Bharata, spirit, your true manliness of unconquerable equipoise and transcendence, unquote. The sense of organs, and this section is called How Man's Feelings and Reactions Arise from Sensations. The sense organs are reactively sensitive. Their nature is to respond pleasurably or painfully to stimuli. They have been conditioned to have strong likes and dislikes. Thus, liking produces enjoyment and disliking causes repulsion or pain. The sense impressions flow through the tunnel of fine nerve points, using the life force in mind as the rivers to carry them along. When good or bad or hot and cold material objects contact the sensitive sense organs, the result is pleasure and pain, or heat and cold. These resultant sensations are transitory, fickle, evanescent. They come and go. Man should bear them with patience, with mental evenness, which is titiksha. An environment enslaved body is a constant trouble to the mind, holding in bondage the potentially all-powerful mental faculties in the Western world. The general tendency is to concentrate on removing external causes of discomfort by a cozy, warm coat if you are cold. Install a heating system, or even if you have to borrow money. If the climate is not hot, install an air conditioning machine, and so on. The Eastern masters admire the Western ingenuity and inventive genius. They teach, however, that while man should adopt reasonable measures to overcome external discomfort, he should also develop a state of inner aboveness. He should not permit his mind to be adversely affected by sensations. Man experiences sensations as feelings produced by the contact of the senses with matter. The sensation or first flowering feeling produced in the mind is elaborated initially as a perception. It is then expanded into conception by the action of the intelligence. Lastly, the conception changes into feeling, the faculty that passes judgment on the experience in terms of pain or pleasure of the body, sorrows or happiness of the mind, according to the habitual attitudes of likes and dislikes. Therefore, the masters teach if feeling can be neutralized, made impervious to transitory dualities of heat and cold, pleasure and pain, then all experiences will be merely intellectually cognized ideas to be properly acted upon. A stone contacting a block of ice becomes cold. A man holding a piece of ice feels cold. In both cases, the stone and the human hand become cold, but the reactions are different. There is no doubt that there are hot and cold objects, and that they produce hot and cold sensation in a body equipped with sensitivity. It is obvious, however, that the stone, unlike the human hand, possesses no inner organs of response to external stimuli. The ice on a man's hand is reported to the brain through the sensory nerves and life force as sensation. The mind reacts through perception and recognizes the sensation as cold. The preconditioned feeling when interprets the sensation as pleasurable and disagreeable, and the body responds accordingly. The coldness of the flesh is material. The coldness sensation or perception is purely mental. All experiences of cold and heat, in order to be cognized as such, must first be converted into mental perceptions. A chloroform man may feel no sensations of cold when a piece of ice is placed on his hand. In short, the mind is the sole power for recognition of any bodily sensation. Sensations are powerful or powerless according to whether the mind is, or is not, impressed by them. Continuous impressions of cold or hot sensations gradually make the mind accustomed to them, with the result that less and less sensations of cold or heat is perceived. This is the reason why a man's mind becomes acclimatized to extremes of frigid or torrid weather. A strong, controlled mind can ignore external stimuli, for no sensory sensations can be perceived by man without the acceptance and response of his mind. So the Eastern savants say that the influences of cold and heat or pleasurable and painful sensations produced in the body through the contact of objects with the sense organs can be neutralized if a man can meet them with an unresponsive state of mind. This mental victory over, or aboveness to, the invasion of temporary sensations lead to self-mastery, to ultimate knowledge that material objects or sensory stimuli possess no inherent power over man. This is what Krishna is stressing in this stanza by using the word titiksha, quote, endurance with firmness of mind, unquote. Yoga discipline of rising above sense slavery. The yoga system of body discipline and endurance is not intended to be a method of self-torture, but a necessary mental conditioning for lessening the disturbing effects of sensations by developing the resisting power of the mind. Titiksha does not mean rashness. If the body is sense-enslaved and unspiritualized, it should be reasonably protected from harmful extremes while mentally and gradually disciplining it to rise above its slavery. Continued catering to sensitiveness weakens the mind, thus nurturing pain, constant mental irritation. The conditioned responses of the mind through perception, cognition, and feeling are largely hereditary, having been bequeathed to mankind from its early ancestors who fell from their godly nature into matter-bound consciousness. But the degree of sensitivity in each person, which determines how much he is bound by this inheritance, is of his own making. Through ignorance, the mind of the ordinary man chooses to be sensitive and to imagine itself hurt through the senses. The devotee, therefore, should lay great stress upon the mental rising above cold and heat, pain, and temporary pleasures. When a cold or a hot sensation invades the body, when a pleasure visits or a pain attacks, it tries to overwhelm man's mind with the idea of the sensation that has an inherent power over permanence. Aware of this trick, man should try to adopt a transcendental, indifferent attitude in his response to the inroads of all sensations. When a man adopts a non-excitable state towards sorrows, a non-attachment state towards temporary happiness, a stoic towards irritants that rouse fear, anger, and pain, his mind attains an unruffled state of poise. And it is true, one of the interesting things I've been employing for years that has worked for me amazingly well is that idea is kind of understanding that these ideas of hot and cold are really just are kind of temporary flashes of the senses. And one of the things that I've done for years now is every time I burn myself on a stove or whatever else, I immediately tell myself the illusionary nature of the pain. And when I do that, and I just let it go. I don't have connections or attachments to the idea or whatever else. I never get blisters. I don't get burned. Like the physical part of my skin doesn't get burned. It has something to do with, I guess, myself convincing myself that this is definitely not anything that I need to worry about. But it's funny that it works almost every time. I think I've gotten one blister in like the last 10 years. And I have burned myself countless times. So this will be the last verse, I think. I'm getting to be extremely hungry. I've been reading for a while, so my eyes are getting a little wobbly here. So, verse 15, O flower among men, Arjuna, he who cannot be ruffled by these contacts of the senses with their objects, who is calm and even-minded during pain and pleasure, he alone is fit to attain everlastingness. Quote, that blessed being who is unchanged like the anvil under the hammer stroke of trials, the one who is even-minded during both cloudy winter days of pain and sunny springtime days of pleasures, the one who calmly absorbs trials into himself as the sea quietly swallows rivers, he is ordained by the gods to attain the eternal kingdom, unquote. The basic principle of creation is duality. If one knows pleasure, he must know pain. One who cognizes heat must cognize cold also. If creation had manifested only heat or cold, only heat or only cold, only sorrow or only pleasure, human beings would not be the irritated victims of the pranks of duality. But then, what would life be like in a monotone existence? Very good question. Some contrast is necessary. It is man's response to dualities that cause his troubles. So long as one is slavishly influenced by the dualities, he lives under the dominion of the changeful phenomenal world. Likes and dislikes are responsible for the bondage of the soul. Man's egoistic feelings expressing as likes and dislikes are entirely responsible for bondage of the human soul to the body and earthly environments. His cognizing intelligence is a mere registrar of experiences. In a disinterested academic way, it records the events of a dear one's death or the birth of one's child alike in the same honest, prosaic manner. Whereas intelligence simply informs human consciousness about its loss of a dear friend, feeling marks and classifies this experience as distinctly painful. Likewise, the birth of a baby, cognized by an interested human consciousness, is classified by feeling as a distinctly pleasurable experience. These psychological twins, man's feelings of pleasure and sorrow, have a common father. They spring from desire. Fulfilled desire is pleasure, and contradicted desire is pain or sorrow. They are inseparable. Just as night inevitably follows day, as the earth revolves on its axis, so pleasure and pain revolves on the axis of desire, one ever alternating with the other. Desire is produced by an indiscriminate contact with the objects of senses. Expressing as the likes and dislikes of the ego, desire creeps into the consciousness of one who was not watchful enough in governing the reactions of his feelings to his various experiences in the world. It is a condition the ego imposes on itself and is therefore detrimental to man's even-mindedness. Whatever has its origin in desire is a disturbing element, for desires are like stones pelted into the calm lake of consciousness. Attachment to pleasure or aversion to pain both destroy the equilibrium of the inner nature. Recognizing the inseparability of the opposites, the masters of India deem that even pleasures, being temporary, are harbingers of pain. Pleasures that come like a brief straw fire to illumine a dark heart with a message of joy and then suddenly lies down only deepens the original sorrow. This is why the Gita teaches that the excitation of pleasures should be avoided as avidly as one seeks to avoid the unpleasantness of pain. Only when feeling is neutralized towards both opposites does one rise above all suffering. It is very difficult indeed to hurt an ever-smiling wise man. Even-mindedness, key to happiness and peace. This is definitely true. A good place to end it, too. In order to attain mental aboveness, man must practice a neutral attitude to all earthly changes. Many people reason, quote, "Ah, well, if I cultivate a neutral attitude, how will I enjoy life?" unquote. The answer is a matter of logic. Even though we enjoy pleasure after pain, it still seems hardly reasonable that in order to appreciate health, we should first undergo accidents and disease, or that in order to enjoy peace, we should first experience excruciating mental suffering. Friendship may surely exist between two persons without their first indulging in enmity. The mortal way, therefore, is taking life, quote, as it is, unquote, of accepting as inevitable the periodic incursions of pain and pleasure as is not the right way of carrying on this mundane existence. The saints have found that happiness lies in a constant mental state of unruffled peace during all the experiences of earthly dualities. A changeable mind perceives a changeable creation and is easily disturbed. The unchangeable soul and the unruffled mind, on the other hand, behold behind the masks of change the eternal spirit. The man whose mind is like an oscillating mirror beholds all creation as distorted into waves of change. But the man who holds his mental mirror steady beholds there not but the reflections of the sole unity, God. Through realization, not mere imagination, he sees that his body and all things are the condensed consciousness of spirit. The mind, free of artificial excitation, remains centered in its native state of inner peace and soul joy. When the mind, by deep spiritual development, manifests its aboveness to the suggestion borne by the external activity of the senses, the advancing yogi, like Arjuna, finds that before he can attain the promised state of everlastingness, he must also neutralize by meditation the effects of the interaction of the sensory powers. When, by guru-given techniques, the yogi withdraws his attention and life force from the muscles and heart, and plies his boat of meditation over the river of spinal electricity, he finds, like Ulysses of old, that the sirens of sound, touch, smell, taste, and sight take many forms and try to lure him towards dangerous waters. If the mind is impressed by these subtle sense promises, the soul boat of meditation enters a whirlpool of ignorance. The sincere devotee, however, finds that this lure of the senses does not last long, as it soon wears off. These, quote, sense sirens, unquote, are only the last vestiges of potential tendencies, long ingrained in the brain. The devotee should ignore all astral and mental impediments and keep his mind riveted to the pinpoint of luminous light in the center of the spiritual eye, perceived between the two eyebrows during deep meditation. The devotee thus reaches the celestial land of permanency. Never again is he thrown back into a whirlpool of incarnations and misery. Excuse me. Yeah, I think that's gonna have to be it for today. I wish I could do more, but I'm reaching the point of my starvation and all that other stuff. So, just wanted to say that this definitely was a long reading. There's a whole lot to absorb here and to think about, and so a lot of little tidbits, a lot of little, unraveling of wisdom. This is such a great book for so many reasons. And, but yeah, I really appreciate all of you guys for joining me today. I hope that, I hope that you guys got something out of this. There's definitely, like I said, there's just so much to sort of realize and kind of be a part of. So it's and sort of like incorporate into your mindset. It's not easy for sure, but there's a lot of really good stuff here. So again, I'm just going to go ahead and plug the Self-Realization Fellowship, founded in 1920 by Paramahamsa Yogananda. It would feel not correct for me to do so. Here's the man himself, and as you see when you scroll down, there's the different lessons. They do have a YouTube channel. They have weekly inspirational services. They do meditation stuff, all kinds of things. So, it's worth checking it out if you guys are inspired by this writing in which this amazing gentleman here provided for us. So it's one of those things where I think, if this is speaking to you and you definitely want to have somebody with some good knowledge, to sort of a guru, so to speak, to take you along the way, I would suggest checking them out. Don't tell them I sent you because I didn't ask for permission to read this book, so they may take it down. I'd love to finish this because I think that the wisdom in this book is worth more than it's worth more than I mean, I would rather ask. What was I gonna? I'd rather say it's. I'd rather ask what is it, for forgiveness than permission, as they say. It's always easier to do so. But the wisdom. I mean, this guy, the way that he breaks this down is just incredible. And then when you look at the mythology of Greece and Egypt and all these other things, you really start to see like, wow, like there is. The allegorical style here is incredible. So, I mean, it's like, how can we ignore these kinds of things? And one of the books I'm excited to eventually get to, again, it's probably, I might actually ask for permission from this author, but it's a book called Egyptian Yoga. And when I found this out, and then I started piecing together a lot of these other historical stuff, but spiritual writings as well, that really blew my mind. But of course, this is just yet another step of spirit kind of helping me giving me that next thing, a bit of information that I sort of need. And one of these days, I will definitely make another Let's Get Personal video where I explained how this spiritual, my serious spiritual, let's say, moment of change happened, and why and how and all these other things. And funnily enough, it's actually kind of represented in this writing. He gets into this at some point when he talks about when one is ready to really delve into this. It's going to be a very special and usually kind of crazy moment in one's life where you are just done with the BS and you are done dealing with all the confusion of life and all the things that just seem to be this not unending, like, whatever. And you're just like, enough. I've had enough. I want to know what the truth is. Like, please, I'm done dealing with the BS of the this and that or whatever else. Like, just give me something that I can really sink my teeth into and make a change in life, right? So, that's one of the benefits of this book, and the insights that Paramahansa Yogananda delivers to us. And I think that's a wonderful, this is a gift. It truly is. And one of the things we'll be doing is looking at the Shaiva philosophy, which is a little different. It all comes to the same point. And that's one of the things I reiterate all the time. And religion's ideas really all kind of go to the same point. It's us greedy, materialistic humans which really distort and destroy our original ideas behind these things. And so, unfortunately, we always have to watch out for the egotism of our priest class. But the reality is that universal truth is universal. So it will be expressed in different ways in different languages, but one can really truly delve into this and see the same truth in so many different spiritual paths. And that's why spiritual hatred, is one of the most ignorant things ever, and something that I don't understand. So sharing is caring says, people said when you hit 50, you'll see, man, they weren't kidding. Look, it's true. It does take a certain level of life experience to understand things of a much broader, let's say, idea, right? You have to, you really have to be able to understand things through pain and pleasure and experience and all these things. And like, I'm not quite 50 myself, but I've put myself, let's say, through the adventure of life. I did not ever want to be stuck in a cubicle, and that's something that I have stuck to most of my life. And I tell you what, I've been through the ringer so many times, but I realized when I finally said enough, I want to know the truth. We have this great way, or there's a thing in life where when you're ready, the answers will come, but you got to be ready for it. And sometimes that means that you definitely, like this book says, and how it shares with us, we have to be able to let go of the delusive illusions that are upon us, but mostly the ones that we put upon ourselves. So let's see here. The standing mannequin says, great cognizant assistance here. Well, thank you. Anyways, love all of you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Like if you liked the video, share it if you think other people would enjoy this kind of spiritual type of readings, let's just say. And I'm not sure when I'll be back for the next one. It might rain tomorrow, which means my gardening job might get canceled. So in the end, I may be back here tomorrow morning, but my wife is also off, and she's not a big fan of me doing live streams when she's around. So we'll see what I can do. I'd love to come back and do another big chunk of this, because what page are we at? We are at 268 out of 1,300 pages. So we did a pretty good chunk today. It was about almost 100 pages. So I'll be back maybe sometime this week. If not, definitely next weekend. So otherwise, thank you so much for joining me. And I hope all of you have a blessed day and a blessed week, no matter what time and day that you're listening to them. So peace, and I will leave you guys again till the next time.